Hello, everybody, and welcome
Hello.
to Chapter 4, Session Number 2 of the Imris Saga. I'm joined by people, my my amazing castmates, absolutely wonderful people, who I have no complaints about whatsoever.
Never. You've never been like
Because you,
that.
one.
because you're not invited to either splinter group. That's the problem.
Oh,
I was
man.
going to steal your introduction and try and jump in, but I assumed you had us muted.
I did for a little bit. You're unmuted now.
Yeah.
Um,
I was like, I'm going to steal this introduction and start a petition.
yeah. I will endeavor to have this session be not as traumatic as the Infinite this week.
Good fucking luck. Sovereign's gonna
For
find
went-
you
new
button to
viewers
push.
who are curious about such things.
My plan, and I told the players, was that everyone could just de-stress and deal with some of their immediate trauma. But that did not happen, and a player disintegrated themselves in the first 10 minutes. So, swings and roundabouts. I'll be right back.
Probably good.
Catch. Yes. So I'll do my quick recapy thing. Last week, you guys kind of recuperated, I suppose, after the prophecy was given out. You kind of discussed it a little bit amongst each other, tried to see what you could glean of it in character by talking to each other, kind of going over the lines. You found some things did stick out to you. The third part of it, you kind of related back to Saliel. The at first, the second part, I believe, Kella, with the help of others, connected it to possibly being about vampires or vampire creatures, we will say. But the first line was somewhat unknown to you. Alvaron suggested that you go and meet with a person named Keeper, a sort of lore master of the Salt Knights, who he knew to be staying in Roms, the imperial city. So you guys decided to, after taking a break the next morning, teleport there, Kella, using the teleportation circle to bring you to the Lyceum Circle in Roms, wherein you were going to do some more research and also speak with this person. Alvaron led you down to the tavern where you encountered a very interesting and strange individual who seemed to have the run of the bar, so we'll say. Medea decided to not challenge them. They offered to challenge one of you for a fight in exchange for information, a fight or a story. Medea offered both, and promptly got their booty kicked.
Just got fucking destroyed
by a high-level monk in an unarmed brawl, as can be expected of that scenario. Afterwards, they kind of related to you a story that they had heard recently about this kind of hag witch individual who, along with others, had investigated a primordial dragon's seal, we'll say, and the others in that party did close the seal, but not before this particular individual locked themselves in, or not locked themselves in, but had pledged themselves to this dragon. Seems to have, something has happened there, and it seems to be related to the prophecy. You're not sure exactly what yet, but that's the story that has been related to you. This is in the Lamanian Seas where this has happened. Meanwhile, Kella, Medea, and Maraveth, Sylvan's apprentice, went to the Lyceum Library to kind of do some more reading, investigating around. I remember. I don't think you discovered that, or maybe not discovered, but you made a connection between a solar eclipse that is happening at the end of this year on during New Week that seemed somewhat auspicious to Medea, who uh, thinks it might have something to do with the prophecy. Ella also, maybe not discovered, but kind of reasoned out, or seems to have, due to roles and reading, think that there might be a part or parts of the prophecy that are missing, because it is missing a sort of outcome, which struck them as unusual. There's no sort of actual ending to this prophecy. And more or less, that's where we ended. But I want to pick up somewhere else. We go back sometime, several months back, and we kind of find ourselves looking at a city. It's full of canals. There's a massive, several really massive docks that line it. A storm is kind of on the horizon as we are sweeping in. The city is set onto islands in the mouth of the river. It's kind of straddling both the islands and the banks of the river on either side. And we cut to a ship that has just docked. Alvaron, you have just disembarked, and you are in Menden Port, the city where you grew up. You're kind of it's your understanding, based off of the letters that your parents are still staying in the same spot they had when you left home. What? This is your first visit back to them. What do you want to do, if anything, for going to see them?
I probably have either letters or some missive for the local church figurehead that needed to get passed along, or like a ship's log of. Actually, probably I have a little chest of sea salt vials that have been collected through the journey that need to be taken in and exchanged within the temple. And I need to drop those off before any unofficial business begins with my shore leave.
Okay. So you haven't been there's a couple different kind of churches to Similis in this particular city. Most of the major docks have at least a small one, but the one that you used to attend is set on what most of the locals call the Sailor's Island. It's the largest of the islands that make up Menden Port, and it's not that far from where you've just docked.
I'll take one of the temple ferries that are constantly running about. Because they're separated by islands, I'm kind of imagining that ferry crossings are fairly common.
Yeah, there's lots of bridges and kind of little ferries and small, really like rowboats that people use to get around. So you hop on one of those and head to the temple. It's fairly large. It's one of the larger ones that you've been to. You've stopped at a couple other larger ones. The one in Roms, for instance. But it's larger than, say, the one in Tel Anthagon, and it's filled with all kinds of sailors, leaving offerings, exchanging vials of salt water, and going about their business. As you enter inside, you kind of go unnoticed at first by the many different people making their daily business. But as you are stopped and around, you hear a familiar voice calls out somewhere off to your side. Alvaron?
turn, holding the chest, and just kind of even still, even after this time, like that hunted instinct kicks in for a little bit, and turn. I probably would have had to. Actually, this is a thought. So I'd be wearing the initiate's uniform over my armor, but yeah, I would have the sword with me as well. I guess that is something I do need to consider. I wouldn't let go of that. I think it's too important. So kind of turn around, and right hand does come back to the guard real quick. As I turn to see who is calling to me.
As you kind of turn around, you see an older man, a few years older than you remember, the hairs having gone a little bit more gray. This man is kind of a family friend, or at least a community figure named Lorden. Lorden was supposed to be your kind of mentor after you've returned from your initiate's voyage.
Gotcha. So he's a priest of the temple.
Yeah, he's wearing kind of priestly robes, weathered a little bit with age. He's got a long, well-kept beard that's got some black in it, but has mostly gone to white or gray. You remember him being a balding, but he seems to have lost the rest of his hair in the last few years, or otherwise shaven it, giving up on any hopes of maintaining his hairline. As you kind of turn around. I heard from your mother that you wrote, but I have to say I didn't really believe it. We buried the coffin, everything. Kind of
It's good to see you, Father Lord.
I suppose you're back in town to give him a visit. He looks at your robes now, kind of for the first time. Seems like you've gotten back on track.
There were some. I guess I'll look over and I'll. Is he sitting or is he standing somewhere?
He's standing somewhere, and he's got like a bundle in his hands, like he was taking some tomes from one place to another place when he stopped and noticed you.
I'll make my way over to him then, and then if you have a couple of moments of conversation, I'll catch you off before I drop these off with the rector, and I need to be quick, but it would be good to talk with you.
Sure. And he'll look around before selecting a stone bench to rest himself and his things on, gesturing for you to take a seat. I heard a little, but tell me how you been. How you been keeping yourself, at least within recent months.
Within recent months, and I'll just talk a little bit about this is probably aboard my second ship that I'm doing this on, and now I have the ability to take a little bit of shore leave, and before I go on to the third and final vessel that I'll spend my initiate's trip on. If he would have gone for an embrace, he probably would have been surprised to feel armor underneath the initiate's robes, and I might tell him a little bit about that, but I don't think I'll do the full explaining the full arc. Just about, got my life back on track, managed to escape a little bit of the damages of my past, etc., etc., and now we're here. Happy to be home.
Good, it's good. Things here have been, so really, but same old story. Trouble in the shipping lanes. Talk of pirates and monsters.
At least some of your worries with pirates should be a little bit lessened. I have it on good authority the Blackened Skies was set ablaze and sunk.
Heard about that. They said, well, I suppose it was your crew. They said some sailors caught them out in the raised sea, way down south.
It's good to know that the stories are making their way around.
This, listen, if you don't worry about it now, but you after you've finished your initiate's training and everything, come back, and I might have a thing or two to well, we can help each other out, I suppose.
I'll take that in for a moment, because if he knows that I sunk the Blackened Skies, I imagine he's not being like, so if you want your first duty position to be as a postal clerk with us.
No,
I'm guessing
you get the impression
so,
that's not what he means.
Okay. Just kind of have a measure. From what I knew of him when I was younger, was he was just the older priestly guy, and he took initiates under his wing, etc., etc. Nothing particularly Obi-Wan Kenobi about this motherfucker, right?
Yeah, from what you knew about him, he was you know, not the head priest of the temple, but kind of an older kind of retired sailor who your father kind of knew from having crewed with him once or twice here and there. Really well respected as a sailor, but kind of like I don't think you knew that much about his personal history really outside of that. Like he was always real friendly with you guys, very good with the younger crowd kind of thing. Supposedly, he sailed at first in the Navy and had his own ship for a little bit, but wasn't like really, as far as you know, like a famous captain or anything.
Gotcha.
And he's older. Like when you left, he was maybe in his late 50s, so now he's like in his mid 60s or so.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just take that in, and well, Lorden, once I can put on priest's robes, I will make sure that I come back, and I would like to be of help. Just kind of look at him a little bit, and does it have anything to do with the troubles that you spoke about earlier?
Maybe. It's not really that's important, I don't think, but just I don't want to worry you too much about it. Interrupt your family reunion with it, but it's something that you might be interested in. Maybe a little bit dangerous, but I don't think it's pressing.
Do any of the other priests usually? This is just me asking you, Andrew. Carry swords in the temple? I'm guessing probably not.
It's pretty rare, but not unheard of. Like none of the acolytes do it, but every once in a while you get, somebody coming through who's like you, more sailor than priest necessarily.
Gotcha. So the scriv types, no.
Yeah.
But if you're actually out aboard and have to deal with real shit, probably yes. Okay.
You remember when Lorden first came, that he used to wear a sword all the time, but then he slowly kind of grew out of that habit?
Understood. Okay. Well, nod. Probably stand up and put him in another warm hug, and then I'm gonna go drop these off, and then have to head home. Is there anything I should know? coming home.
Well, the other thing is that outside of shipping lanes and whatnot, it's been hard for the small timers, fishermen, traders, everything. The companies are buying up everything these days. Well, they pay well enough, but it's not like what you could make when you were out on your own. But nobody can compete with the prices, so times are a little bit tough for the common folk.
Goddamn Baron Bezos. I'm not making that canon. That doesn't have to get slipped into anything. But I just had to.
Right now, my notes: Baron Bezos. Since we're streaming on Twitch, I feel obliged to say that we on this channel have nothing against Mr. Bezos.
Maybe we should go with
Bezos is spelled
Also-
BAYSOS. There's no relation.
no
While
relation.
you're thinking about it, if anyone from Amazon is watching this, we would also like to become a D&D TV show.
Yeah.
So,
Alvaron being bald could be played by certain people that I can think of
There
right
we
now.
go. See.
I think that would be accurate casting.
Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, we find ourselves getting blackballed on every streaming service.
We would need to find perhaps the baldest man in existence.
John Cryer is bald at the moment.
God damn it!
Not the John
Oh,
Cryer
my
discussion
goodness.
again.
Okay. So Alvaron, you say your goodbyes. A couple of other people do stop you on your way in. Nobody you know super well, but just like the baker that you guys always went to, and the person who mended your pots and pans and stuff like that. It seems like the news of your apparent survival has spread. So everybody wants a piece of you, as they say. Everyone's like, Alvaron, like I thought you were dead. How are you doing?
I will exchange pleasantries with people, grab hand, whatever. But I do make it clear. I'm heading home at the moment, but I'm in town for a few days. Stop by, or we could hit McCrossan's Tavern and just talk.
Yeah.
But and I'll stop by the market on the way home and pick out one or two of my dad's favorite fruit and that loaf of bread that I remember my mom always loves, and I know it's a jam that my father really loves, and bread that was my mother's favorite, and make my way from the market home.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of arrive at the apartment building where you, at least most recently, grew up. It is, like I said, it's on the sailor's aisle, so it's nice enough. There's probably about a dozen other families who live in this building, but you have almost a whole floor to yourselves. Kind of row house type setup. Walking in, you can see the familiar paint is still there. Nothing really has changed very much in the area. Slowly make your way up to the third floor where your family's residence was. Okay.
No, just thinking God. Walking up the stairs, got everything. The building looks pretty much just about the same. It looks unchanged.
Yeah, there's been like some men that you haven't seen before, repairs here and there, but same building.
Okay. Make it to the door, I guess. Knock? I haven't had to knock on this door in ever.
You don't have a key.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I'll knock. Jeez.
As you knock, you hear, for the first time in several years, the sound of your father's grumblings. Hold on, just a moment. You can hear him like getting up and the sounds of like shuffling as he approaches the door, unlocking the latch. And, as you see your father, you kind of, he looks much as you remember, older, a little bit grayer, but he's kind of wearing classic fisherman's garb at the moment. You think he's probably just come in for the afternoon, and he just looks at you for a moment and doesn't know what to say. As your eyes kind of meet for a moment.
He doesn't know what to say for the first moment. I'll wait a couple of beats, and then kind of look at him just very seriously, very somber. Just, sorry, am I late?
I should say so. Yeah, a few years late for dinner. And he clasps you on the back and, like, pushes you inside the door, closing it behind him with his good leg. He says, "Well, weren't sure when you were going to get here." He kind of looks around. Your mom's out. She's getting fixings for dinner. And he kind of gestures towards a tattered couch that was there when you left and looks like it's overdue for replacing by now.
Mm-hmm.
Take a seat. I'll go and put a pot on. He makes his way over towards the small kitchen that you have, where he pulls out a kettle, puts some water on to boil, and then comes back to sit down. He says, tell me everything, I guess. I really don't know what to say. Your mom read me the letters that you wrote. It's well, we prayed for it, the first couple of years, and then eventually people tell you to move on, and
I stopped praying eventually too, or stopped praying to get home and started praying that, well, praying for things that you're not supposed to pray for. Ways out. Found my own way out.
Feel a bit sorry about the grave. It was my idea. Help your ma move on, I suppose.
That's a good thought.
I could take it to
No
you,
sea
but
burial, though?
take you to it.
You put me under the dirt? Me?
Some people need a place to go.
That's fair. It would be interesting to go and see my grave. Everyone just kind of shakes his head at that. If the kettle starts going, I'll motion for my dad to sit, and I'll take care of it.
He kind of glances down at his bum leg, which you remember. He's wearing not shorts in the traditional sense, but really, really high water breeches. And you can see the leg where just it's healed over, but basically half of it is just gone. Not gone down, not like cut off, but like you can see almost like a chunk of it was bit down the middle, and it's kind of healed over, but the muscle and stuff is just never really came back.
Gotcha. Is that something that lesser restoration can fix, or is that a greater restoration?
It's severe enough that it would require a greater restoration. He can like it. It's basically bone. Like he can walk on it like it's a peg leg, but
he doesn't have the mobility he needs on a full sailing ship.
right, like his calf is just gone, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And you know that he's missing some of the bone, so that's weaker as well. He's had a couple breaks over the years because of that, just because it's not as strong.
Mm-hmm.
But he says, well, we can always use it again, hopefully 40, 50 years from now.
Just give the old bone time to heal. I'll I don't know if I'll very quietly prestidigitation the tea so that because I imagine it's probably a little bit older. I want it to taste as fresh and vibrant. I want things to be good while I'm home. And bring the hot mug over to him and sit down with him. I guess I'll also take off the initiate's robes and either hang them by the door, and then I'll probably take off the breastplate of the armor as well and just sit down, because I don't want him freaking out, but sitting around with my dad fully armored sounds fucking weird.
Yeah. I think you guys chat for 15, 20 minutes before you hear the door opening, and your mother walking in saying, sorry, hon, they didn't have the kind of cheese that you like, but I got something. Alvaron.
It's okay, Mom. I got the jam he likes. I assume we've started to spread that on some of the bread already as we're going.
She looks
Want
at
some?
you two and like full starts crying.
Oh yeah.
As
I get up and tears are running down my face too, without a doubt.
she's like, she takes a couple like stumbling steps forward, like just kind of not throwing, but like half tossing the basket with food that she has like onto the ground. And she takes you into her arms.
I stay there for as long as we both need, which I'm guessing is a little while.
Yeah, a few minutes pass as she like finally like takes herself slightly away from you, not fully letting go, saying, welcome home. Your bed's made and everything.
I still have a bed here?
It's been used once or twice, friends and family and whatnot, but you still have a bed here.
Kind of have to nod at that and just laugh, and then lead her back over to the table. Get another mug of tea for her, I guess, and then sit down. And now that they're all here, I know Dad asked for it earlier, but I'll give the actual full story now that they're both here, so I don't have to repeat. Because it is a story I think I would only want to tell once.
Okay.
And go through it all, let them ask questions. Probably keep away from the freakier magic shit.
Okay.
But like, do explain where I am now with this, the whole, initiate and not traditional path, but this more innate magical ability.
I think there's like a time lapse. So like the camera's in like one position viewing basically the whole room as we see the sun go from noonish to being almost setting. As you are relaying the story, we kind of can see them asking questions through their hand motions. There's no like real sound here, just music. They get up. It's clear somebody makes dinner and brings it back, and still talking and everything. This setup is such that like you can easily talk to somebody in the kitchen from the living room, kind of thing. And by the end of it, they're kind of like your dad says, "Well, that's a storybook adventure if I ever heard one. We'll have to." I'll have to start calling you Lord and Captain and all these other things.
Please. God, no, none of that. Someone referred to me as Lord Alvaron in a friend's keep. I didn't know whether to shit or go Sorry, Mom. Didn't... Couldn't handle it. No.
Well,
Just Alvaron.
all right. You come home, you'll just be Alvaron. And I think that is where we will back to present, quote unquote, as we jump ahead. Sylvain, Alvaron, and Uba, you're still at the bar at the Lighthouse Fire, sitting around drinking. It's been a couple hours now. Hilla has probably messaged that they're going to be heading, or that they're almost done.
I don't have a sending prepared.
Okay. Somebody has sent word that they're almost done.
I just sent a messenger from the library. Just
Yeah.
a person
It's real
shows up.
You get like a little note. There's like little city couriers or city runners, we'll say. One of them brings you like a little note in Phil's handwriting saying, almost done, be back in for dinner time. What, I'm just curious, what, if anything, have you guys been doing for a couple hours? Are you even still, is everybody even still at the Lighthouse Fire? Have you moved on by this point in time? Keeper's happy to kind of chat a little bit, but they're here to drink. So if you guys aren't drinking, they're not that interested in talking to you.
I think that Uba is like kind of following the keeper around and like is just really interested in them and how well they can fight. So I think that Uba's also probably very drunk at this point, because if the keeper only really wants to talk if you're drinking, Uba's trying to keep up a little bit.
Yeah, Uba, they've been, they're kind of chatting with you. They ask about Kojin, and they're like, it's pretty rare to see somebody fighting with a drake. I've heard of it, sure, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
I think Uba kind of like, slaps Kojin on the side and is like, "Oh, Kojin has been a great friend since we first met, I guess. I've raised them since they hatched." And I think Uba launches into like this very long embellished story about the time that we all went and fought the Drake and got Kojin. So after maybe like 30 minutes, they kind of like actually stop to take a breath and say, "And here we are."
Good story. About as good as any I've ever heard.
I don't know if kobolds can actually blush, but Uva is like very proud of this compliment.
Silverin has just been trading glances with Alvaron as he, a long time ago, stopped drinking. He's not trying to keep up with Uba or the Keeper, but he's content to kind of monitor.
when you stop drinking, I probably am like, I don't know. Do you finish your drink, or do you like, all right, that's my last one, or is there anything
Yes.
left in your mug?
Oh, Silverin never takes anything that he doesn't finish, so he nurses
Oh.
for a long time, but then he will slowly finish because
Okay. In that case, then Alvaron was probably the one going and getting refills for people, because much as I love being around the keeper, they're calm now. We'll see how that continues. They seem calmer listening to Lord Uba than they would be with me. So I'm the one ferrying drinks, but I'll just drop a tankard of spring water or something off on your side when you cover up and say no more. Alvaron, however, is just drinking scrum.
Silverin looks at him and says, "This keeper is not what I anticipated upon your description."
The way they fight, or
They seem personable enough.
oh, they're certainly a person. I guess like looking over, because I know for a fact Keeper can hear me. Even if they're talking, I know that they can hear me. They have a reputation among the Salt Knights that I do not want to help them maintain. With that, just sit down and listening attentively.
Silverin, who has not turned towards the keeper once and is more or less pretending that he does not know the keeper could probably hear him, says, "Oh, tell me more about this reputation you would not like to become a part of."
Look over at the broken out window that they threw a sailor through upon our arrival. Long drink, sit down, look back at Solverin. Anybody hungry? I'm gonna get a sandwich.
You see Keeper turn. I rolled a 12. I think they have high enough perception to have heard that. They like, adjust in their seat, now facing slightly away from Uba, towards Silverin, and say, well, they don't let me go anywhere because they think I'm crazy. That's my reputation.
As the keeper says that, Silverin just, "Are you?"
A lot of people die. I don't have time for little bullshit. Now I'm the keeper. Or keeper, as they say, master of stories, historian. That's me.
I think Uba chimes in drunkenly at this point and says, "Well, if they don't let you leave, what if you just sneak out?" And they look like very conspiratorial.
What's your name again? Uba? I like you. Well, I do still believe in duty. The lore keeper stays on land. Everybody voted. They picked me. Anybody who wants to can make an insight check. Anybody who wants to, who's in the room. Clarify. Alvaron, natural 20.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Hey, I literally say, yeah, I don't want any attention. I want to keep this on the low down. And the dice went,
What? You want to keep that the low?
Silverin's here for you.
Yeah, Uba, they're a mystery to you. They're very interesting, but mysterious. Silverin, you can tell that there's definitely more of this story that they're not letting on, and as much as they seem to be grousing about like, oh, they won't let me go. There's an edge of like something, but you're not sure exactly what that is. You know, it's not all anger, but you're hard pressed to figure out what the other emotion is. Alvaron, you know a little bit more about the Keeper's story. You maybe heard it before meeting them, or maybe after meeting them. But you know that like it's laced with like what they're saying here is laced with like understanding and regret and sadness, all in this everything that they're saying about their situation. Um, so it's not entirely involuntary. Their station, despite their
Right.
rumblings.
Alvaron will just kind of keep quiet with that, and as they're bemoaning, just allows that to happen, but looks at Sovereign probably, and kind of tries to communicate that non-verbally with a yes, but giving that expression, and just goes back to drinking and listening. How much of a distance are other sailors keeping from us in this bar, by the way?
Not that much. Like you basically you're the only people sitting like with Keeper, and on either side of like the end of your group, because you're at the bar, is a free chair, despite the bar being somewhat crowded. But there's no more space than that. Like everybody keeps a couple feet's distance, but it's a busy bar.
Understood.
About this time, we're gonna hop back to the other two. So, you have you finished all your research. Was there anything you wanted to do before you head back?
See if I can find any information on vampires. Not like in books, but literally just asking a librarian about what they know.
I feel like Keller specifically didn't mention to anyone
Oh,
that she thought the second thing was about vampires.
Okay.
Because she's like, I'll research that
Oh,
on my own time.
Mhm.
But provided I had the time to look up the beast stuff that I wanted to look up, Keller is good to go.
Okay. I think in that case, you guys depart from the library, making your way back. It takes you, it's a bit of a walk, but one you've already done. So before too long, you find yourselves wandering back into the lighthouse fire. The rest of your companions still at the bar. Uba still drinking at this point, like a little bit leaning on the bar, as we say, maybe leaning on Kojin slightly, and chatting. For those of you in the bar, you see your companions walk back in, seemingly having completed their task.
As they walk up. Oh, sorry.
The bar seems unburnt down. She looks around, seeing if there's more damage than there was when they left. I think a table has been smashed.
A table has been
then.
smashed since you left. I was sorry, I remember something broke, but I can't remember exactly what.
Yeah, she notes it and raises an eyebrow.
Keeper will say as you're walking back in, "Oh, your friends are back. You gonna leave now?"
Sovereign looks to the others. Do we have a reason to leave now? Uba's only a few drinks in.
Uba raises a pint and says, "Only a few," and then just chugs like the whole thing.
look over to Kala. Just learn anything. Look over to Medea. Anything that would intersect here, or that we should
Well,
ask
we have
Keeper?
we have a deadline. Uh, as the eclipse comes at the end of the year, it seems that if there is ever going to be a moment that things come to fruition, that would be it. It will be on the last day of the new days.
I look over at Keeper, just try to gauge the reaction on the whole intersection of the eclipse, because they talked about something that like that with us, didn't they, as well?
Mhm.
Checking my notes.
Yeah, they you kind of like looking for, try to get some kind of read on them. If they knew
Shadows
something,
flying free.
I don't think they comment on it immediately.
And
I didn't make this check
certainly,
last time. Go ahead.
certainly the prophecy is not complete. Whether that's because we don't need to know the rest, or because it is so damning to our cause that we would not undertake the task if we knew it.
Nobody's explained what is missing, right? This is the first introduction of that so far.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Silverin. And what is left unsaid?
Most prophecies involve a consequence for failure, and this one doesn't.
Hmm.
So, what if the last line of the prophecy was something to the effect of, and all who walk the path of this prophecy will fall in the completing of it?
That seems too gentle a fate to be left off.
Mhm.
Not if it meant that we wouldn't do it at all.
Silverin looks at Uba, who he doesn't believe would ever believe it. And then at Medea and Alvaron a little
It
bit more
doesn't.
thoughtfully.
It doesn't seem unreasonable. That, or perhaps some prophecies don't necessarily all have one end, but possible ends.
Hmm.
Perhaps by giving us the end of the prophecy or the conclusion, it would change the fate of things.
Maybe. But it is unusual in the scheme of prophecies. As such, I researched them. Who knows? Maybe it is just some of us are to die.
I think that's eventually coming for everybody, but I hope it's not all tied up into this prophecy.
I don't think you understand magic even slightly enough to know that that's not true.
I don't think I need to understand much to be hopeful, Calandra.
Hopeful for death eventually, but there's so much that you could do with immortality.
Okay, and I look over at Medea and just make sure to keep her away from books on lichdom.
Well, there's not much I could keep her away from if she was determined, so.
There.
Perhaps we
Lichdom is
start-
boring.
Perhaps we
You have
start
to give
find-
up so much.
Yeah, Lichdom, as far as I understand, was never really about the immortality, but the power aspect.
Silverin just deeply and emphatically shakes his head once or twice.
You guys are interesting.
What's the
Very
lifespan
We're still
of
here.
what's
I
the
do-
lifespan of a bronze dragon?
On another,
depends on how lucky they are. Bronze dragons, couple 5,000 years, easy. 6 or 7. Particularly lucky, healthy. Been heard of. Other kinds of dragons, longer.
Kella pulls out her spellbook and begins to make a note to look into dragons and lifespan.
Dragons, they're like lobsters. They eventually
Kella
get,
just has a blank face at lobster, like does not know what a lobster
Keeper
is.
like realizes you don't know what that means. Sorry, forget. Some people don't know about those kinds of things. They keep growing. There's no. It's not like a person. You know, a person grows until they stop. Dragons, they keep getting bigger. Eventually, they get too big.
Of
Can't move anymore.
all people, Silverine says, "It is a very tender dish, lobster."
Kella had also not connected that might be a food thing because it's a dragon comparison. And like eyes widen and starts scribbling things down about eating dragons and eating lobsters, which are a type of dragon. But we'll also sidle up to Uber and say, Uber, did you know there's magic? I can turn you into a dragon one day, like for permanent. If that's what
Eyes
you
get huge, and they're like, I might have to take you up on that if you know how.
Oh God.
Kella smiles and like shows a picture that's like every different person that Kella's ever met turned into a different type of dragon. And you can
was
like
looking
just see
through.
them
Can
bad
Kella
art.
make personas of us? Or scalies of us? That
I
didn't.
think you don't understand how boring one place is for 10 years.
Uba is looking through this sketchbook like it's fine art.
It's a spell book. It's
Oh, the
vastly
spell book.
more. Yes, but she lets you look through it.
God.
Silverin's one has feathers because it's got birds on it. Like they're not. The feathers are stuck on. It's not like part of the dragon.
Silverin is probably just like cranes his head over Uba to see this, and just raises both brows at Kella and says, "I suppose that answers the question whether you spent the last year growing up 10 years or quite a few. That is a very developed spellbook."
Keller kind of looks almost embarrassed about it and says, "Well, there was not a lot to do that wasn't studying. Um, either way, we can probably keep drinking and enjoying time here before we have to worry about the time crunch tomorrow."
Silverin will just nod. Um, it would be good to keep a room for the night.
I'll motion over to the bartender then. And are there rooms upstairs, or would we be better to seek lodging elsewhere?
The bartender will lean in and say, hold on. 1 second.
Andrew's rolling a die to see how many of us have to bunk together.
Depends. Are you close, or are you close?
He kind of leans back and he says, "We ain't got rooms. It's the bar."
Yeah. I'm used to inns. My apologies.
He just looks at you like shaking his head, like, "Come on, man."
How many floors is this building?
So the building is multiple floors, but the bar is only on the first floor.
Gotcha. This will look over, and I mean, we're in a thriving area. I'm sure we can find rooms around here, or if need be, teleport back to our rooms, closer to home base.
Yes,
Would
I
you
do
prefer?
have infinite ability to teleport. Doesn't require any energy or money at all.
Perfect. Thanks for volunteering.
Ella considers teleporting Alvaron specifically to Twinport.
Imagine something is going to go off with this. We will see. Oh,
I actually don't know if I have spell slots left anywhere.
Keeper will kind of lean back on their stool and say,
I do.
Hello.
"You guys are welcome to stay on the Bluefin.
the bluefin.
What's that?
That's my ship.
At that, Alvaron definitely has an eyebrow go. Like, they are supposed to stay on land. Is this is the bluefin permanently docked, or?
Yeah, it's in the harbor. Still got no sails, but still where I sleep."
And at that, just kind of nod. Yeah, it's not easy sleeping on land. I understand that.
Oh, it's mostly so that when I scream at night, the land folk can't hear.
Alvaron
Ella
has nothing
nods
cheeky.
understandingly about screaming at night.
They will pull out the coin purse, drop a couple platinum on the bar, and say, "Well, there's my tab. Yeah, let me know if it's too much, and I'll drink it tomorrow." She kind of gets up, stretches. Still early, but suppose I could show you to the ship. Get you settled in. Got 6 rooms.
It's mighty kind of you, Keeper. I'll reach over and pay off anything additional with our tab. And do you have any sealing wax behind the bar? Wax for ears? Earplugs?
The guy looks at you. He glances back. He's got like a couple signs that have different rules on them. He's like,
please tell me one of them is no stupid questions.
no, he's good. He looks at you. He says, "I'm gonna add another sign for you. It's gonna say, 'This is a bar.'"
Got any grapes?
Yeah, I got some grapes. He'll look around and pull kind of old, they're not really fresh, but it's a vine of grapes.
Slide an extra copper over. Thanks. Follow.
He shakes his head as he vigorously starts to clean the bar.
Just checking. Was anyone else tracking the old joke about the duck walks up to the lemonade stand?
I was literally just about to send a picture of that duck in the group chat.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
If you had left, I was gonna have to buy the grapes to make
Yeah.
him feel better. Keller will buy a bottle of wine on the way out.
I just have to share this. In my basic training class, there was one drill sergeant that instead of playing the national anthem every morning to wake us up, he would play the song. So the duck walked up to the lemonade stand. He would play that song as the wake up song, max volume throughout the entire building. But each week he let it play another verse, so that our last week of basic training we got to listen to the whole song.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if you sang along with it, you got punished severely. It was not for enjoyment. It was for psychological torture reasons.
The wine is 5 silver. Yes.
Medea's spinning through their head. Side question. How far from Roms is Old Garon?
In terms of like travel, or
Travel.
you specifically want distance? Okay. If you were to take a ship, and they're considered somewhat dangerous waters as you start to get into the Bay of Garon. It's only going to take you like 5 days or so, depending on the wind. Over land, it's probably a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a couple weeks, through on a road.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Everybody's just have we exited the bar, or is it like idle chatter as we're leaving?
Yeah. So at this point, Keeper has exited the bar and is walking, leading you on towards their ship.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to say something as everyone was walking?
I think Medea has the moment of revelation. Like, have any of you ever been to Old Garon?
No, where's that?
Directions wise, is it
Almost
south? Yeah.
directly.
It's almost just directly south of here. If you go down, it's on the broken road.
Anybody who wants to can make a history check. I think I talked a little bit about it last week.
Would I have ever sailed by there?
Probably not. It's not a busy port whatsoever. Like maybe, but I would say not unless you had a good reason.
Okay.
It
Then
is
no.
on the coast, New Garon is, but it's like it's closer to a fort than a town these days.
Medea says, it's been the site of numerous demon attacks, and it's the city sunk some time ago. It's been rebuilding, so right next to the mountains we came from.
So Alvaron, you would have known with your 11 essentially what Medea just said. It's an old city, like that sunk. It's notable in that way. It's a sunken city, and that's like your context for having heard about it. Calandra, you know, I think probably what Jack knows. It was sunk during Blight. It's it used to be a place where adventurers went to scavenge a lot. Though, it's kind of been picked clean. Occasionally you'll still hear about, people going and finding some big treasure, but like it's pretty dangerous. Even for you guys, like at your power level, that like, stuff could go wrong if you went into the wrong area. There's still demons in those waters, as well as other monsters and things infected by the taint of the blight. You also know a little bit about Garon and surrounding area, which I will say that probably Jack knows as well.
Keller, to respond to Medea's question, is like, I think other than Breakers Hill, and even that we saw in the Astral Sea, but the only places I've been with you, or the village I grew up. So, but and then she like starts to talk about Olgaron history wise. And says, I think it's better if we deal with the prophecy in order. And Keeper said something, and she like looks to the others to make sure she's remembering this correctly, because even though she wrote it down, she doesn't have a book open right now because they're walking. So, Keeper said something about there being people to meet that had imprisoned something, right?
Yes. Did she mention where they had imprisoned it?
Keeper will.
Keeper's with us, right?
Keeper will turn
Yeah.
back as you're asking. They'll say, I mean, I can't give you. You'd have to ask them for exact coordinates. It was out at sea, in a trench, pretty deep. You'd need some magic to get down there.
Ugh.
Do you know if it was in the Gulf or?
No. Anybody got a map?
Medea always has a map. They have navigator's tools. Yeah, they pull out their navigator's tools, which surely includes like a big map.
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't have. I've given you maps before. She kind of points to the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the Lamani. Like, once people move, I'll ping it, but it's like not even really on a shipping lane. It's northeast of Menden Port. Like the only reason you would be out there is if you were for some reason rounding the Cape of Tipperary and heading straight for the Doris Channel.
Mm-hmm.
If you're on the stream, I'm pinging you.
My map still hasn't loaded personally.
Yes. I apologize for my massive map, which doesn't load very quickly.
I have Legend Keeper open, so I kind of know where you're talking about, but
it's like if you're looking at the map, it's due north of the N in Lamania.
Shit, that's far out there. Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's not close to anything really. He says, it's somewhere there ish. Like I said, you want to talk to Morgan or one of their companions. There was a few of them. I couldn't tell you where they are, but Morgan's not too hard to find usually.
Medea will mark it down on their map, as well as Gran, and then the fortress, and then the Alcarandar's city, and then are there any other notable locations people can think of?
Nothing that you've sussed out. There might be other places you want to go to, but
now that my map is loaded, could you ping
Yes.
again where we were talking about? I saw something happen. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Is it? I don't know exactly where Silverin went on his trek. Did he end up going towards the Sickle Mountains, or?
You actually went to the hardcore wastelands, so you might have. You probably passed over that area, actually. That's one of the only times you would have had cause to sail through that part of the sea. When you were visiting the northern Gathite, as we'll say.
Yeah, Silverin will say, I'm familiar with this area. It is even more
just
cold and
when that
difficult.
happens, just at you, just very surprised.
Silverin just looks right back at him. And Silverin is always kind of stoic face, but he looks even more deliberately flat expressioned, as though to ask you what your surprise is about.
Just, I don't know. You're constantly embodying confounded expectations, and I love that about you.
It was not my choice to confound these expectations, but then he nods over to the lore keeper. There are times when I miss my tribe's role for me to remain behind.
Hard in a different way.
Is the ship in sight at this point? And what time of day is it?
Yeah, so you're kind of walking down. It's early for bedtime. It's probably just after dinner time, really, or late dinner time maybe. As you're approaching it, it's like a good sized ship. Alvaron, it probably strikes you as incredibly wasteful to leave this ship permanently docked. Um, it's like a pretty sleek, like I'll say a frigate style ship. Maybe not that quite that big. Maybe a little bit bigger than say a sloop. So, like you could man it with 4 or 5 people in a pinch. Maybe even less than that, really. Like probably at minimum you need 2, but like full crew, what you would consider full crew would be like 6. But it could hold more than that.
Kind of, I guess, as we approach, Keeper, did you sail on this before your appointment?
Yep. Was the this was the bluefin. Me and my companions at the time. We went. They say from cape to cape, north to south, east to west. This is the ship that we slew a kraken in.
Just when they say that, just look over at everyone else and just that those are fearsome beasts. Incredible story to live through.
Yep. Lost a couple. It was a small one. Anyways, yeah, come on in. She begins to move up the gangplank.
As she starts to do that, I think Uba, like trying to be like sneaky about it, but not doing well because they're drunk, looks at Alvaron and says, "Yeah, I wonder what it would be like to fight a small kraken. What do you think, Alvaron?"
I think. Wait, hold on. How exactly did that go down?
None of us died.
We won.
I wouldn't brag about that right now. Arse. Arse.
I'm not certain that it is comparable. Pseudo kraken, if you will.
Ella has dropped back to talk to Maraveth because now she feels the most left out because she did not slay a kraken.
Well, to be fair, the kraken was accompanied by enough things that I would say it's on the same scale.
I think Silverin, having stood kind of centrally in that fight and just watched his spirit guardians just destroy things, just sort of tips his shoulders back a little bit and says, perhaps.
Hopefully we do not have to fight another, but if we are going to go diving under the sea, it may be our choice.
Silver just looks at Alvaron. There's only one of us here who would make that choice.
Which is hysterical, because Alvaron, 100% go for it. I have thalassophobia severe enough that talking about the deep dark water makes me go, fuck no, fuck that. Nope, absolutely not. Meh. So we're like, oh, there's dark and terrible things buried beneath the centuries and beneath the water where the sun no longer shines. Oh, perfect. Can't wait to explore this.
Don't worry, it's not that dark down there.
Well,
somehow that doesn't make me feel better. Thank you, though, Jack.
Alvaron, assuming we do get these coordinates, do you intend to dive after it?
Alone?
No, certainly not alone.
Good, because the answer would be no, my dear
Hmm.
friend.
I think you could do it.
Could?
Hmm.
Most definitely. Should? Probably not. Would? Absolutely not. Welcome to my linguistic adventure. But Elrond
I-
just kind of then composes himself slightly and just. What I mean to say is, any journey underwater like that would require intense preparation, and if we're coming upon something that old and that powerful sealed away, Kella, correct me if I misunderstand the magics therein, but a nexus like that is going to be very attractive to other creatures of that ilk.
Maybe. It depends. I mean, there's also just magic things that let you exist underwater as if you were born there. So that's not that hard. But either there will be things trying to get at the power that is sealed away, or the power that is sealed away is so powerful that it will scare everything away.
Hmm. Sort of like
Keller goes back to whispering to Maribeth.
yes, some sharks devour other sharks.
Correct me if I'm wrong, above board. This is when Alvaron got his armor. We got the other things, but we did not regain. Was it the orb that we didn't? Was it that we did not regain? We didn't get all three.
We still have
no.
the orb.
You got
still have to
everything.
use it, yeah.
If my memory is correct, Alvaron gave the orb to the temple.
Yeah.
Did we ever?
Yeah.
Did Alvaron ever get the anchor?
I think we covered that off screen in some way. That I had the
Yeah.
armor and the sword. We recovered.
Yeah, you recovered the anchor off screen. It didn't happen on screen, but you did recover it. I would assume that it is like attuned to the Pale Dawn, but let me know if that's not the case. I don't think we ever talked about it.
Yeah, I don't think we ever laid it out explicitly, but I think probably that would make the most sense. That it's attuned to the Pale Dawn and then possibly kept safe in Philanthrogon.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. Does anyone have any narrative or expectational reasons why we shouldn't do that?
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Keller is asking Mariveth, should I pretend that I killed something really powerful so that they will think that I'm stronger? Do you think a minotaur maybe? Maybe I killed a minotaur.
I think that your strength will bear out in your future. That's bragging. At least some may see through such boasts.
Keller thinks for a bit, and then how old? Mariveth's older than Keller, right?
I think you're almost exactly the same age.
Yeah.
By some
Keller-
weird turn of fate. Because
Yeah.
Kella's what now? Like 20
20.
20?
Just 20.
I think
Yeah.
Mariveth is slightly younger, actually.
Yeah.
Alright, well, Keller looks and nods
I'd
and
have to
says,
double check.
well, it does make sense that you're so wise since you're following Solverin. Alright. I won't pretend that I killed a minotaur.
Silverin is going to, as they board the ship, etc. Silverin is going to find an opportunity to catch both Medea and Kella in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It is not something I ask or utilize often, but do you have specific names or places that I might seek the knowledge of things beyond myself in our search?
Well,
What does
people
Solverin
gave
mean
us
by
these
things?
names, and Keller gives the names of the people that were that sealed the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I will use these. I do wonder how long it takes for a name to become of legendary importance.
Well, I'd assume ours at some point will, with the city and whatnot, even if it were a more minor accord. That will be something not forgotten in the
Keeper, as
past.
you guys are now on the ship and they're kind of leaving you in bunks, snorts and says, "Yeah, I heard about that. That's not legend stuff yet. Maybe a couple 100 years. Legends live on for thousands. Even I'm not there."
Yes, it takes a moment too. Legends are never really recognized in their lifetime.
You could just live long enough to be recognized as a legend. It's not that difficult.
Mm-hmm.
There's literally many ways to do it.
Would it Silverin mean by things beyond myself too?
Oh, he's gonna cast legend lore.
Okay.
He's going to prep and cast legend lore tomorrow morning if they can find a name of or a place or something of legendary level importance.
Did Keeper know the name of the entity under the sea?
Yeah, they. I think I said it. Did I not? I might
They
not.
wrote it?
It's
I don't
They
have
wouldn't
any of
say
my
it, right?
notes. I don't have any of my notes, so I can't
I'll
tell you.
type it
But
out.
it is Yandarkle. Kelly's like, yeah, the creature's name is Yandarkle. That will be legendary enough, surely. If it is really something to be worried about.
Silverin nods.
Did we make history checks on that name last week?
I didn't.
I feel like
No.
so much of my D&D life has been making history checks about the name Yandarkle, but sure.
I mean,
Is it okay?
You can. You can also feel free to ask Keeper. They will assume that they might.
It makes sense to not know about that.
I actually think that we did roll, and you just rolled rather average, as much as you did this time.
That makes sense.
This is the first time I've heard the name. Can I make a history roll?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I suppose that's the best you can hope for. 4.
It is a very obscure creature.
Yeah,
within
it's hard.
the
It's
world.
a hard roll.
Actually, can Uba try, since Uba would know probably dragon stuff?
Dragon stuff? You can try.
Yeah. Maybe it would be
You're
like a
welcome.
bedtime story.
You're welcome to try.
I think I failed
really-
this once with a 27 on history.
I really love the idea of Keeper is standing here this whole time as everybody is like racking their brain.
Well, also it's not really that. It's like we just gave you the name and you said you're going to cast a high level spell to deal with it, so we don't need to check with anybody else.
Keeper, at this point, as you've now walked into the ship while you're kind of having this conversation, we'll point to a couple rooms. It's not really a cargo ship, you notice. Like, specifically, it has been outfitted for, like a very fancy personal transport. Alvaron, you could just tell this because you're a sailor. You've been around ships. And she gestures towards a couple of rooms. She says, "You can have those 6, or however many. This one's mine.
Appreciate
Don't go in there."
Are we planning on heading to... it was Mendenport where Morgan was, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Are we heading to Mendenport tomorrow? I don't know the teleportation for it, so...
I see no
Don't
reason
all
that we
answer at
wouldn't,
once.
So this is... see no reason that we would not. Do you think this is information you could find, or will we be traveling the slower route?
Does Menden have a circle?
Would I know that, Andrew? That if it does?
To the best of your knowledge, Mendenport doesn't have a publicly accessible magic circle. It's really uncommon for that to be the case. I would go as far as to say that Killa has almost every city that has a publicly accessible magic circle. They
Yeah.
have the circle
Mhm.
too.
Yeah, and all of the, even if other ones did, they're not easily accessible to get the like designs of.
I think when I was listing them as well, Jack, you also have the magic circle to the Citadel and Karad,
Okay, I'll add that when
which
I'm.
is semi-public.
Yeah.
Is
And I'll just
I-
say
Menden Porter
then,
there?
last time I was in Menden, I don't think there was a public circle.
If
How long
we
ago
don't,
was that, Alvaron?
Within the last 6 months.
Does Silverin know, like from any of the paths that he like stopped or traveled? Does he know people that he could reach out to for information about this kind of thing?
What kind of thing? Teleportation
Any
circle?
sort of like teleportation circles, or even if they're not like immediately local, like local
Um,
travel routes.
the So the best person that you could think of to ask, the two best people that you could think of to ask for teleportation circles would be Melv or Taurus.
Got it.
For regular travel, I mean, you've got Alvaron here, but you probably have a couple contacts from when you sailed up there.
Hmm.
But they're probably not going to be immediately more useful than just what Alvaron could tell you.
if we do not wish to take the sea, I do have an alternative way of getting there that is probably faster than just taking the roads.
What's that?
I have a means of transportation through the air. It would probably not docked far from here, and if we were to bring it here, we could just take it there.
Well,
The,
it's very circuitous to go by sea from here to Mendenport.
Well, I've heard troubling things about traveling the sea, and especially in an area where we know a great demon rests, it may be more dangerous than it's worth to take a boat there.
much as I hate the thought of ceding away my comfort at sea, I think there's wisdom to what you say. So again, are you talking about the fly spell? Did you cast
No.
on yourself, or?
It's like a ship, but it's in the air.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Can I roll
That's
to
unnatural.
know about airships?
Anybody who wants to can make a history or arcana check, different information, but either's valid.
Alvron will not be making this check. Just
15 on a 2.
Yeah, it was not going to do
Expertise.
anything either.
I don't have a colonel ship left for this, so
Oh, right, because it's the same day.
yep.
Yeah. So, Calandra, you understand it in principle. It's you maybe have read about it in theory. It's not like a radical concept. Like wizards of yore have been like, you know what? I can fly. I bet you I could make a ship fly. Like, and the basic principles are there's a few different ways that it has been done from what you know of historically. So all your information is like how to do a flying ship. It's not really like
Mhm.
who own them or that kind of thing. Some are done through like pure enchantment magic, like basically casting a permanent fly spell on a ship. It's like the most straightforward way of doing it, but for a couple different reasons, it's also not the most efficient or the most practical, because you're still bound by the basic principles of the fly spell, and you lose some of the benefits of it being like a ship, basically, because you're bound to the stern. What was at one point more common and more popular was to enchant two different ways of doing it. To enchant the ship to with some kind of levitation spell, and then propel it with mechanisms, which you don't really understand how they work, but or to use sort of, as you understand it, crystalline based magical engines. These were usually called, as is your understanding, the gem skyships, generically speaking. And you're sure there's other ways of doing it, but those are the like kind of common ones that you're aware of.
How long would it take your airship to get here?
Andrew, I think the ship would actually be pretty close by, because if it's docked, it would be near somewhere like Ferron or Lysis, because they'd want to be like near a big town near the mountains from where they'd frequently be stopping in and out for supplies and like checking in. So would you say somewhere around there would be reasonable?
It could. I would. Yeah. I think probably the most logical place would be Ferron.
Yeah. How long would it take to get from Ferron to Roms in the ship?
In that ship, probably like maybe 3 days.
So if we met it halfway, it'd be like a day, right? If we met it on the road, day and a half.
If you met on the road, day and a half, 2 days.
If we were to travel towards it, it's probably docked in Ferron right now, so maybe 2 days to get there, and then it could pick us up and just go straight to Mendon.
Just roll me a d20. I'll say it's a 50-50 chance that it's either like parked above Galmador or in Ferron.
Okay.
It's pretty similar distance-wise to you, but
9.
okay. I will say that it is actually right at currently having. You wouldn't know this, but it's just finished a run, so it's near Galmador. I mean, you'll have to message them to ask.
If we're unlucky, and I'll know by tomorrow, it would maybe be in Galmador, but that's maybe half an extra day. And if there's no teleportation circle, it's certainly going to be faster than taking a land route or a sea route. It's far more direct.
Yeah, you would save at least maybe even a couple weeks, because you don't have to go all the way around.
And that's assuming good weather on the ships as well and whatnot.
Yeah, there's dangers to either route, but yeah, the skyship would definitely be faster.
It would save us possibly weeks, depending on if something came up. At least one at a minimum. We could probably meet it somewhere like Lysis. If we met it halfway.
Great. That
Oh.
sounds good.
Agreed.
Flying ship sounds interesting.
Plus,
I'd
if
like
we
to
need
take one.
to, Andrew, does the ship function fine in water as well, or is it solely able to like handle the sky?
It can function in water. It comparatively, it would be slower than like a dedicated.
Yeah. The other benefit is if we need to, it also can dock in water above where we head to out in the ocean.
As this conversation is going on, Alvaron pulls a flask out of somewhere in his priest's robes, flicks the cap off, thinks for a second, offers it to Kojin first. Once Kojin has a sip, takes a drink.
Medea seems.
Y'all can have it. This is my emotional support whiskey.
Can I roll insight on Alvaron being weirded out by ships? By airships?
I mean, I'm not hiding that the idea of a ship in the air makes me uncomfortable. Like, I'm not trying to stoic my way through it. I'm not hiding it.
Also, Medea's like fidgeting with their hands a lot because they seem like auspicious is the wrong word, but it's one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, this finally came up. You know.
If Alvaron's not hiding it, I think just having proficiency in insight is probably enough to notice.
You could just make it with your pass.
Okay, in that case, Keller says, Alvaron, think about it this way. What happened before ships were invented? They were new too, once.
I mean, it's not the newness of I'm sorry. Are you saying this is new techno? Are
No,
we
it's
beta testing
No,
this
no.
shit?
No, it's very. It's old.
Newer than shit.
Okay, then that doesn't make me feel better. The antiquity or the
But
new
somebody once,
ravenness of this.
but somebody
Medea,
once
your
must
ship
have
is an
looked.
antique.
Somebody once must have looked out at the sea and thought, you know what? I should put a bunch of trees on that, and that will be a good idea.
You know, on the ship, if it's any bother, to comfort some of the people who had issues with it, we have hammocks arranged in such a way that at night it doesn't swing all that much, and you can sleep without motion. You worried about throwing up in the night?
Hold on. Wait. No.
That's the
I
opposite of what he wants.
I like to sleep with the swingy. Actually, yeah, I think that's exactly how Elrond is going to put that.
Alvaron, if it helps, I will prepare Featherfall, so if you fall off the ship, I can cast it and you can slowly fall to your death.
Medea, no one's died yet.
I mean, it's been very safe, yeah.
There's been a couple,
Fair.
you know.
Yeah, they've handled incidents with it, but it's like, it's a sturdy thing.
Yet. How many disintegrates can your ship take on a scale of 1 to 10?
Probably not 10.
Great.
Well, it depends on what you mean. Like, and still be flyable, or like, and still have some part of it there. Because then certainly, I think 10.
Keller is not overly interested in making fun of Alvaron. I feel like that's just Jack wanting to do that. So Keller will make her excuses and go to bed to travel in the morning, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Great. Alvaron just kind of asks Medea, I think, a few more probing questions about this and decides that this is probably for the best, and he will grin and bear it, and he will lie back and think of Mendon when it comes time.
Nice.
We're bringing it a full circle tonight,
Full
y'all.
circle there.
I gotta say, you didn't ask the question I thought Alvaron was gonna ask, which is who is the captain of it? That was,
I think that's because Alvaron doesn't see it as a real ship.
yeah, that's true.
These crazy people probably don't have a captain. That's what he's thinking.
You don't need a captain when the ship sails itself, right?
It's a magic ship.
I'm sorry, there's a Monty Python sketch for this. I think it's Holy Grail. Oh no, we're an anarcho-communist society that makes all decisions by a board of electors.
Yeah, the ship is board of electors.
Which I can see Ramona being like, yes, 100%.
If there's a common space, Silverin would occupy that with whoever in like the evening before they went to sleep. There's no scene that I need from that. Just
there's
think around.
Tons of common space. There's the deck. There's like a little not a mess. What's the word for it on ships? A scullery.
This is a weird question. I think I've asked about this before. Is there a service that's functionally like a modified version of the sending spell, where it's like in big towns where it's like somebody can cast the sending spell to someone you know?
You're talking about like so. For big towns, what you can sometimes do is, if you need a message there quick, it's expensive. They can sending to somebody that they know who's like another wizard. They'll like make like connections. So it'll be like, and it depends. You have to ask around. Like, can you sending to this other town? So you can be like, I want to send this message to this person who lives here. They'll like write it down and then send the message that way.
Okay. I would say that the sending stone is available, but I think they've like used up the quote unquote limit of it already over things that aren't terribly important, because that's just the kind of way it's used at the moment.
Yeah, if I remember, you used it today already. So.
Yeah.
And the sending stone has a one-time use. Keller does know sending, but they didn't have it prepared. So if you ask her, she can. Although you'd have to take a chance that she knew it.
Silverin actually does have sending prepared, and Medea would know that because.
Okay. Medea would say.
Yeah.
Does sending require you to know the person? It's a creature with which you are familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can usually describe, if you could describe fairly, maybe? Is that fair, Andrew?
You can scry them first if you're capable
of
such things.
Yeah,
and then you
Okay,
can
so
send me
description
them.
don't work.
Yeah.
What is the extent to familiar? Is it you have to have seen them in real life?
I think
Well, if scry works,
you
then.
need more than a description.
Mm-hmm. Do we have anyone who can scry?
Cleric's
Snap
4.
one of my back. Yeah.
I can't
you
do it
have
right
scry.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the morning I can contact them and they'll head off as soon as they can, and we head towards Lysis. It won't take long.
I have not flown before.
Yeah, it's exciting your first time, and then after a while it becomes normal, which isn't the worst.
Hmm.
The crew is good. We stock the thing well with food, if that's a worry. We have capable chefs.
And how do we have capable chefs? Much less an airship, Medea?
Well, I have a crew who mans it most of the time. And the airship was a favor, I suppose, from the Suthana at some point. We found it deep and buried, and well, it technically belongs to me more than once. I've flown it back to Hela and Fanon to assist.
Silvera just nods slowly.
But I was just double checking the wording of sending. I will say that you have to have seen them at least once,
Mm-hmm.
and know their name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we can retire and do all that stuff in the morning.
Yep.
I have one thing to do before sleeping, before the long rest.
We're gonna cut to break after.
Kella, sure. Kella is sitting in her room, cross-legged on the floor, inside a magical circle that she's drawn with not the sapphire chalk, but some other arcane chalk. She draws the circle in front of her. She draws an exact same circle, but much, much smaller, and places in the center of it an ivory statue that has gems for eyes and gems like in the on the back of each hand. And she sits and takes 10 minutes to gather the magical energies into both circles, and then clicks her fingers, and a spectral version of herself casts a spell into the statue as a contingency for when my hit points are below 20%, I will cast Polymorph.
Into what?
A fun contingency.
I think I just have to cast Polymorph, and then I can make the decision at the time. But if you need to know, it will be a giant ape.
I'll
I was
double
gonna
check
say
that just in case.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter, because I'm never polymorphing into anything else.
What if you're underwater when it's cast?
Then I will drop concentration immediately.
I mean, a giant ape might swim faster than Kella.
A giant ape does swim
I
faster
mean,
than Kella. I've
either
got 6
way,
strength.
I think it would be better to be a giant ape than a Kella that's at 20% HP.
It's better to be
Yeah.
a drowning giant ape than a drowning Kella.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Great. I can unprepare this fucking
with
spell.
that image, we see Kella, doing this casting, it's not a ritual, but it takes so long it might as well be this ritualistic casting of the contingency spell as everybody else fades off to sleep, thinking of airships and underwater creatures, krakens and whatnot to break. So we will be back in I'll say 20 after because I have to take so we'll see you then.
Okay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Imris Saga Red Shadows, chapter number 4, session number 2. I'm gonna get a job as a auction barker after this.
How does it feel to come back from break on a streamed show and not have to discuss a character's death? I don't remember the feeling.
It's interesting. You know, different.
Don't give him any ideas.
Speaking of which,
I'll disintegrate one of you if Andrew wants to experience it.
I've had that almost happen once. I'm good.
That's why I took disintegrate, by the way.
Okay. Just for the trauma.
No, because it was like a spell that Will could talk to Keller about from a magical sense.
Oh, okay.
All right. So you all awake the next morning, still on the bluefin, kind of, the waves rocking slightly. By the time that you get back, Keeper has already left, having left very early in the morning, definitely before dawn. They leave a note in kind of the common room saying, take anything and I'll break your fingers.
Now,
It's a nice send off.
Wait, is there a comma in that sentence? Because otherwise it sounds like you should take anything, but your fingers are getting broken no matter what.
There is a
No.
Kella.
I think the
How is
literalism
it
of
written?
keeper is not necessarily what we
Okay.
should be
Is,
focusing
is
on.
Kella
Right.
going? Is Kella going to steal the note? Is what I want to know.
No.
That would be
No?
funny.
Ella doesn't need to steal that note.
No.
But you guys, I mean, some of you like came off of traveling, but at least like Uba and stuff. Did you bring like traveling equipment, or I mean, you're going on a skyship, but you still have to walk for a day and a bit at least.
I think Uba definitely has some traveling equipment because they have a bag of holding. So I'm gonna say that they just have it prepared if they need to go on adventures. So they got what they need,
Makes
and they
sense.
have new rations now, not the rations from the beginning of the game.
Mm.
Okay. So you guys are kind of like going over all your things. I think everybody else, was equipped for travel previously and probably still has all those various things.
Ulverin's rations have mysteriously been replaced with shipboard rations. There's hardtack and stuff amongst there.
Did you decide there had to always be 2 seafarers in the party, and when Will left, you're like, well, gotta be me now.
Silverhand's like,
Um,
I will take the place. I will
I am the captain now.
sacrifice. Yes, Medea.
Amity in the morning phones them in and tells them to clean up significantly because I think it's a small enough crew, despite being a larger ship, that things aren't always the nicest looking.
Sure.
And tells them they have 2 days to make it look ready for guests.
Okay. Yeah, you get back acknowledgement, and they let you know they should be able to be in Lisa's Inn. They'll say 2 days. They might get there a little bit sooner, but they're going to tell you 2 days.
Yeah, I think the guy who usually has the sending stone is like different every day because they all gamble it to someone else each day for who gets responsibility over the sending stone, and so it's just constantly passed around between different people.
Hmm.
I wish we knew this before we agreed to go on this airship. I didn't realize it was a cartoon fast group that crewed this airship.
We needed like green M&Ms on our rider to like be sure that the ship isn't going to fall out of the sky. And
Yeah.
God.
The ship is competently crewed, but otherwise the internal activities are auspicious.
I feel a fear in my soul. I'm just gonna let this happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're all to die this way, that's fine.
Yeah, it'd be the funniest way to go.
This honestly would. And also, by the way, I am fully aware of the irony of him being like, "What? Ships flying? That's fucking terrifying." When we sunk the Blackened Skies, we saw the Davy
Yeah.
Jones analog, and
Yeah.
everyone was like, "Oh yeah, can't wait to hopefully I can earn a place on that someday." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, what?" Fully aware. These two ideas exist in Alvaron's mind completely separately and congruently. What the good goddamn fuck is wrong with you?
The bliss of an ignorant, low intelligence character who can just be like, well, these 2 things don't make any sense, but I don't have to examine them.
I wouldn't say that he's low intelligence, but it's more like he's just not thinking about it hard enough. That the so what's the cognitive dissonance? The cognitive dissonance just keeps these two ideas fully separate. So that's fine. That was a ghost ship, but this is an actual ship, and Medea's trying to kill me.
Also, in the morning, Medea's going to, if it's fine, try to quote-unquote sneak off to a bookshop, but just heads out early and grabs a few books for reading. Not anything educational, just like something to read.
Sure. Did anybody else want to purchase anything for their journey? Scrolls of Featherfall? Anything like that?
No, not really, honestly.
What do
I don't
you
think-
what do you need to be able to cast a scroll? Like, could Uba cast a scroll?
No, it has to be on your spell list.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah.
There's a ring of feather falling as an item, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there like versions of scrolls that are made to be used by like non-casters?
It's like those like for dummies books that you can
Yeah.
get.
I think most of the time that if a non-caster wants to cast a spell that they don't know, um, they have to get some kind of magic item,
Mhm.
as opposed to a scroll.
That makes sense.
There are probably like
Um,
one-off wands that you can find, but they're
Mhm.
relatively expensive. In that case, you guys wake up the next day, gather up all your things, and begin to journey out of the city. It takes you probably half to a quarter of the day to get out of the city, since you are on the eastern bank and you're heading west. So you basically have to traverse most of the city to get out of there. So you pass by, markets. You take the main thoroughfare, but you're still, monuments here and there. The huge walls that you have to walk through. The first one, then the second one, then the third one. At that point, it just seems a bit excessive. But eventually, you find your way winding out into sort of suburbs, manors, that kind of things. And by the end of the day, not by the end of it, by dinner time, you've hit farmland. Sorts of things. By the end of the day, you've just about gotten to Verdun, uh, where you're going to be staying for the night. Uh, it's a sizable town, but nothing particularly interesting about it. A lot of people live here because it's close to the city, but not too close to the city. So you bed down for the night. If anybody wants to do anything, just let me know. Otherwise, you wake up the next morning.
Silver. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to note that Keller, as soon as they are like actually traveling, has Flex out of the dimensional pocket that her familiar normally stays in, and he either is padding alongside her while she walks, or like sitting on her shoulder, trying to curl up in a way that is uncomfortable for her. But that's it.
I think that on the road, and we don't have to actually act this out as a scene or anything, but I think that Uba is trying to uh be friendly to Maraveth, but probably asking like the shittiest mediocre questions about like Gethite culture just to try and make him feel a little bit more comfortable. And I think they might I think I said before Uba knows like one or two words of Gathite, so I think they're trying to like sprinkle that into the conversation as much as possible, but it's like the worst accent that you could
Trying to
have
say the
for being
word
Gathite.
pie as frequently as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
It actually it's more of a huh sound, not a k. You have to get.
For some reason, I'm imagining someone with a heavy Irish accent trying to speak Hebrew based on what you just said.
Yeah, it's like yeah, I don't know. And I think the way Andrew just described that, like Uba sounds more like they're like coughing up a furball than actually speaking Gathite, but they're trying really
Mhm.
hard.
Um,
Say something to the areas.
I want to roll good die, bad die to see if they actually clean up the ship well.
Sure.
Oh, I do not trust people who cannot clean a ship
Right.
to to fly me a place.
Okay. That is nearly equal. So I think they clean up everything that is public in the rooms people are going to occupy, but if you look into the private rooms, it has not been cleaned almost
I'll
at
say
all.
it's been tidied, but nobody scrubbed it.
Yeah.
Sylvain, did you want to cast Legend Lore, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Silvern was going to probably when he gets ready to cast that, he is going to collect Kella and Medea in case they have any further information, because that will make his abilities in the spell more powerful.
Mhm.
And when he settles in to cast it, it is more of a prayer than any sort of grand spell casting. But as he's praying quietly, a soft kind of like silverish glow appears first at his ocarina, then threading up through the symbols that have been sewn into his scarf so carefully by Medea, glimmering over the mithril scale before he invokes the name that I wrote down and have already lost in my head.
Yandarkle.
Yandarkle, yes. Invokes the name Yandarkle, primordial dragon of the sea.
Can you output the spell just so?
Oh, and I will say he also specifically collects Maraveth to demonstrate it to him and make him take notes, as he usually does.
Sure, that makes sense. The spell brings me a brief summary of this before. Tales, grand stories. Okay. I'm sure somebody else has done this before. I should just write down Yandarkle legend lore somewhere for the future. You receive in response something. I'm not going to try to be overly poetic, but it is sort of couched in figurative language. Throned emperor of the seas, banished by the gods, born before the world that is. And you probably get I'll say, some tale, probably long forgotten, of the days when Yandarkle was imprisoned. It relates to you the story of a young adventurer who kind of chanced upon the something related to the dragon, a bit of their talent, supposedly, that had some power. And while they had it, they started to receive visions of the dragon, and eventually it spoke to them, granting them powers beyond what they were capable of, eldritch magics, in exchange for service. And it had tasked this particular adventurer with freeing them in exchange for helping them on their quest. The story does not. It ends with the adventurer realizing that, though helpful, the entity desired rulership, we'll say, over the seas. And so they cast off these sort of shackles, we'll say, of the power that was given to them. And the dragon still sits, waiting, biding, seeking freedom. That's what you learn.
Silverin sitting quietly with his hands on his knees, his eyes still closed, a little bit as though one does to not disrupt a dream, recites as much of it as he can recall to the others. emphasizing that trade that was made for Eldritch Magic. Before at last he opens his eyes, and that kind of like faint silvery glimmer vanishes from them, disappearing into his raven feathers. Well, that was some measure of successful.
Well, does Silverin tell them the prophecy they heard from it, or the riddle poem?
Solverin 100% like relays word for word. He does occasionally, as he's just like translating this from what he hears in his head, he does occasionally slip and use a word in Gathite here and there. But it's for the most part parsable by Medea.
I suppose then we won't be dealing with the thing itself, but whoever's trying to unseal it. The difficulty is, how do you guard something that has no obvious vault?
Ella furiously scribbles the thing down, but said, didn't Keeper say that one of the previous party had stayed behind and made an accord with it? Perhaps they have already been successful in finding a way to unseal the vault.
So we are stopping them then?
I just don't think we should rule out that we are stopping it.
I
Don't you
question.
think we would have heard rumors or things like that if there was suddenly a primordial dragon on the loose? I don't really know how they work, but that seems like kind of a big deal.
With
Well-
Elveron's captain who is possessed, perhaps he had some connection to it?
When Medea says that, Alvaron, like the memory of what we were talking about, he did. Well, he called upon dark powers of the sea, but I don't know if we ever actually explored or figured out what those were or what his overarching end goals
Does
were.
anyone know if krakens are linked to the dragon? If they are under his purview, or if they obey him?
Can I make a religion check for that, Andrew?
You can make a religion check, yeah.
I think I already failed to roll on this dragon, so it doesn't make sense for Keller to suddenly learn something else about it.
Yeah.
Alvaron, from what you know about krakens, they're not. Krakens aren't actually bound to Similis in any way. It's possible, but you've never heard of a connection.
Okay, I'll say that is maybe, but it seems quite unlikely to me. They're not bound to Similis either, so them being under the purview of something else it wouldn't
Awesome.
fit.
They may serve him, and it may be something he can grant, but they are not his exclusively.
Also, the prophecy says it repeats the word one, and the one is not the servant, but is Yandarkle itself in the prophecy that we were given. It would be odd to have to deal with the second line, but not the first.
Is this
Possessions,
creature?
avatars.
Well, was this Yandarkle rapid in weeds? The question. And he turns to Maraveth and he says, "You are probably more well read than I. Any insight?"
I will clarify because I think this is a early thing that Severin knows, a thing that Severin knows, but Charlie's misremembering. Keeper specifically told you that the wrapped in weeds part probably refers to the companion who pledged their service to the creature, because they
That is
wore
absolutely
sea
right.
witch.
Silverin is definitely smarter than I am at this hour.
It's been a week, whereas for Severin
Yeah.
it's been a day, so
Yeah.
we'll forgive you for this.
Silverin still asks Maraveth for insight, just because that is his apprentice's job to have to think.
He looks like left. He looks right. Like I feel like the read that you get on him is like I feel like there are other smarter people than me. But after a moment,
Wait. Before as he's looking around, feeling like there might be other people, Keller will touch him on the arm and say, in Gathite, that every member of the tribe is useful for what they have been through, and I will skill empower his insight.
oh, that's right. I was gonna make
Every week. So he has expertise if he was proficient in insight.
he definitely would be. So
He definitely would be, as you lament once more not having a character sheet
He's
for this.
rolled insight before, which is the best part.
Yeah.
And you have to try and just hope you remember it.
I think he's got like he's much lower level than anybody else. So I'll say this is gonna bump him to a +10.
Andrew like embodies to me the best and worst parts of being like a good enough GM to improvise shit, but also like not writing shit down. It feels like the two intersect with you a lot.
That does not feel like that's a problem.
It's one of those things where like I constantly forget that you guys like to have people who I don't otherwise need sheets for roll shit. Because like Maraveth, he's never going to go into combat because he's so much lower level than you.
Right.
At least for the time being. That's why it's like I don't really need a full sheet for him the vast majority of the time. I just need to know what his insight is, apparently.
By the way, that wasn't a backhanded compliment. I do want to make sure.
I definitely am like that. Like that's just a fact. He thinks about it again for a moment, but this time it's not that he's like. He's generally just takes a moment to consider it, and he says, "Well, if we look at the lines again, I do not think that the prophecy is stating that he is free. Otherwise, he would not be restless. The servant would need not scheme. I suspect, though, that if we do not act, then these things will change." Servant, I recall what Keeper said about them. I should, and based off of the tale that you have just told, I should suspect that whatever magic they were previously capable of, which sounded like not an insignificant amount, has been bolstered. It could be that this servant is even challenging to us here. So perhaps Kella is correct, and that we are required to fight the master as well. Based off the line schemes, I can only imagine that they have a plan. They are not simply casting themselves about. In this respect, I would assume, in caution, that we are at least one step behind.
A fair assessment. A good thing then we travel by air.
Yes, it is a unexpected tool in our repertoire, I'd imagine.
Alvaron, I think made it clear before, but deeply hates conceding the oceans as a safe route.
Mm-hmm.
and conversationally, I don't quite know how to express that sentiment at the moment. But as we're traveling and talking about this, kind of that's leading to like a simmering anger in him that you'd probably be able to tell, even without an insight check or anything.
I'd hope, if we are cautious, we can fix this problem. If we are to tackle the other two issues, having additional routes to us that aren't just over land or by the one that others will learn and will come after this will be useful. Regaining the sea may be an advantage we can take.
That I would prefer.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just thinking. Would no. Sorry, the way we described sending, the person who casts it has to know the person, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it possible that one of us with sending could send the new prophecy back to Keeper?
We've all met them in person and seen their face, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify the what was related was not necessarily a prophecy. It was more just information about it and a story relating to them.
Oh, okay.
Legend lore would not give you a prophecy unless, I mean, it could, but it would be clearer than that it was prophecy. It would be like, oh, this is the prophecy.
I just misspoke. I
Okay.
just meant the bit of lore that Charlie received. I
Sure.
shouldn't have said prophecy. That was
No,
just a misspeak.
That's fine. Yeah, somebody can
Yes.
sending to Keeper.
Because that's an additional bit of information to have now that we didn't have before.
If somebody.
Yeah, Solveron's capable, but it won't occur to him to do so unless Alvaron suggests it.
Yeah,
I
if you
will-
mention it, yeah, Keller will look at Silver and say, "I prepared it today. I was going to, and she kind of just trails off, not necessarily wanting to finish her sentence, but I can tell Keeper what it was.
I would appreciate that. Thank you, Keller.
I'll do it at the end of the day because in case something happens, because it will take." And she looks down to her book where she wrote down the Throned Emperor of the Seas. It's like quite a lot of words, so I think she has to break it up into at least 2.
That would be much preferred, little one. I've never grown particularly accustomed to being in other people's heads.
She raises her eyebrow at you, but says, "Well, I'm glad I can be of service to my elders."
As you should be, Silverin says, like, very gravely, but you said that her passive insight is
proficient.
what?
15.
Proficient? Yeah. He might be joking. He might be teasing her.
Sure. She will assume that anything that might be in, like, from a Gathite is humorous. So.
So you send the sending.
In the last thing before going to bed.
Okay.
Because to keep the spell slots, basically.
Sure, that's fine. Is there like just so I know, is there a question attached, or you're just sending them this info and hoping that they have it?
Keller sends 3 sendings to Keeper. The first is hello Keeper. We found some information about Yandarkle, and Alvaron thought that you might like to know it. This is Calandra. And then 2 sendings straight away that are the actual thing, and there's no question because Calandra's like, you probably already know this, but I feel like Alvaron is telling me to do a thing, so I will do it.
They'll respond. They'll wait for you to send all three of them. Why would they respond to more than one? They'll say, "Thanks for informing me. The story is new. I would, at all costs, prevent the dragon from being based off of stories and what I know."
It definitely cuts off stories because I think that's 25. Sure, Keller kind of notes that down somewhere, but it already worked with what she was thinking. And then I'll cast Ascending to Will. But I don't necessarily want to do on screen.
Sure. Type it out.
But it's just like, yeah, I am alive, and everybody else is still alive.
Okay. You respond to yourself in
Yes.
in the manner in which you choose.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to do it on screen, but that's why Keller prepared sending to me.
Sure. Yeah. You prepare a sending and you launch that out to them. Was there anything else before you guys wake up the next morning? A little bit more information every day. You seem to be learning at least a little bit more. And you set out. You continue walking along the Imperial Highway. It's super easygoing. There is like a steady flow of traffic heading both in your direction and in the opposite direction. Like it's a large highway. It can easily fit for the whole length of it, like 8 big wagons abreast. You could march, legions down this road with ease. And so for you guys, it's super easy going. You pass by legionnaires patrolling. There's absolutely no monsters or risk of monsters, and it's a nice long journey. You pass through tons of small like villages, hamlets. Like basically every couple hours, there's a village of some size with an inn that you could stop at if you wanted to. But the day passes mostly uneventfully until you arrive. Lysis. Lysis is a little bit bigger than Verdun, but not much. It's another, largest town. There's tons of them in this area. By the time that you arrive, you guys can see I think probably on the river, because it's just the spot with the most free space where it's the least conspicuous, or at least Medea spots it as you're heading in kind of prominently. This sky ship. Right now, it just looks like a sailing ship without a mast, and instead it seems to have these sails that are tucked in, but look like they're supposed to come out the sides.
Mm-hmm. I will say the sides of the ship too, coming off like the railings, they're what looks to be like some of them have been pulled up. Obviously, the longer ones, they're supposed to have longer patterns, but they look almost like ornamental banners hanging from the sides with different multicolored designs. And Medea sees the ship and whistles and points to it and says, "We can board soon if anyone has anything in the town they need it to get to. Otherwise, we can head off now."
Yeah, it's late, but much like a ship's, you can leave whenever you like.
Yeah, Silveran's answer is that he's headed towards the ship.
Keller's walking next to Silveran in a very Gathite-y, just like no nonsense manner.
Medea,
It's
with
slightly mocking.
just with respect to cut to the chase, the larder aboard, is it mainly preserved food or?
We stock by towns often. When there's going to be a long trek, often there is preserved rations, but most of it is fresh food. Fine alcohol. The group among there has qualms if there is not.
I can understand
sick-
that.
A
Sailors are
signal-
much the same regardless of culture.
Yes. See, some of them didn't have a taste for it, but as soon as they got the ship, they all decided they needed to try rum on the first sail in the sky, and, well, they haven't been able to drop it since. We actually had to
I might-
stop someone from fermenting something on board.
That Alvaron lets out a hearty laugh, and that's a slippery slope. I think I might enjoy your crew.
Yes.
Ready to go.
All right. You all approach this ship. They've thrown up a gangplank, and you can see some of them, moving some things about. They probably picked up some supplies here, just because, as strange as they are, they're in a town already, so they figured they did the logical thing and bought some more supplies. So they're kind of loading those up as they see you approach. You all see a gnome call out to you. Medea, you recognize this as Bren, who is probably about as close to a captain as the ship has. They lean over and say, Medea, is this everyone?
Yes, this would be everyone. We don't
All right.
intend to gain any more crew.
All right.
Is everything clean?
Sure.
Enough. Okay. Well, that's something.
As clean as, as clean as can be.
Well, I suppose they take 10 gold out of their pocket and pass it to them. Thank you for making sure things got done. I'm pretty sure that was you who I talked to the other day.
You pocketed. Yeah, it's usually me that you talk to.
Well, it's because you cheat, but I appreciate it.
Well,
He says that in like a quieter tone.
I don't. He'll whisper with you conspiratorially. Yeah, well, we kind of banned Zostan from having the sending stone. He kept
That's what that call was.
Yeah.
Look, we don't need to discuss it in pub. For flavor, by the way, most of the cargo being loaded is on Tensor's floating discs instead of like by people. And they're all like levitating up onto the board.
Alvaron is like taking notes mentally and be like, that's great. We should
Not
definitely.
how that spell works. Keller's like learning
cool,
a new
Jack.
version
Really
of his desk.
cool.
No, but it's important to Keller. I mean, Keller's looking at it. It's
Mhm.
like, that's weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tensor's plane just doesn't move.
Yeah, it floats behind you.
It doesn't move vertically.
Oh,
Like
can it
it's
not move
10
up or
feet.
down?
It
No.
can't cross an elevation change of more than 10 feet.
Oh yeah, would a gangplank be more than 10 feet of change?
Yeah.
In this case, yeah.
For most ships,
Okay.
yeah.
Then I imagine it would be used to move stuff on board. Yeah.
I mean,
No, canonize a different Tensor's disc. It's a better version, and I will buy it and break games with it.
You can floating disc like the stuff down the dock
Yeah.
and then pick it up from there, and that's still useful.
Mhm.
It's a first level spell, so it's fine.
This also
Uh,
means that they have a wizard on board.
Yeah, one of
Medea
them's a
says
wizard,
it.
sure.
Mind the accommodations. We haven't had guests in a minute.
What do I look like?
It's a ship. I'll feel at home.
But yes. I've had some of the actual cabins cleared out for your privacy.
This small gnome kind of stands up on the railing of the deck, and he says, "Welcome aboard, folks. Ship doesn't have a name. We've been calling it Sky Ship, but you can call it what you like. I'm Bren Durantis. You can refer to me if you have any kind of questions."
Do not call him the captain.
Yeah, we don't really have like ranks here. There's not really that many of us, anyways. As he glances about, and you like this. The ship is big, but it's not a sailing ship. You don't have to mess with the masts nearly as much, so you can crew it with a lot fewer people. But he'll kind of like gesture out, says, "Here's a soul," and he points, and you see a high elf, no, kind of unusually. So they,
Hmm.
to all of you, they look like an Elcar, but they just have human tone skin. Um,
Mhm.
their hair is like a very bright golden color, and their eyes are they almost like swirl in from blue to a purplish color, a kind of deep purplish color. And they give you like a slight bow as they do so. This person is wearing robes. You notice. He says, "That's Alwyn." You can see like a human woman. They seem like kind of rough and tumble. Like Alvaron, to you, this person looks the most sailory of all of them. So they've
Hmm.
got like sleeveless shirt on. They're not wearing any shoes. You know, typical of sailors kind of thing. And they just like
If it's for flavor, I think they're actually wearing comfortable slippers because they haven't been helping load anything.
they're not wearing shoes because sailors don't wear shoes on ships.
Yeah, yeah. They s- ah,
And that right there is Zolstan. And you see a dwarf heavily armored who like is nursing a mug of ale.
I see. His manners have improved.
Yeah, we've been working on that.
What was the gnome's name again?
Bren, although Bren Durantis. I'll type it. I'll type all their names.
It's all good.
He
Just
is
curious,
covered.
Bren. Do you prefer priests of the sea or priests of the air aboard the ship?
Uh, he kind of like thinks about it for a moment. He says, "Yeah, that's a good question because you kind of get into the intricacies of like whether Samuelus actually governs sailors or not, and whether we're considered sailors, and
Mhm.
then you have to kind of consider like what is the relationship between you know sort of states of modes of travel because really like there could be a priest of Quran aboard here, and in some ways that would be more appropriate, right?
Yes.
Stella raises her hand.
Yes.
Why not a priest of mirror? Because if something was going wrong, that's who you would most quickly meet.
Well,
A good point.
we had a priest of Vera aboard at one point out of curiosity, but for some reason they seemed to get sick very quickly and had to leave.
Hmm.
We've been working on a device that perhaps doesn't require magic to descend safely from the air, but we've made no successful experiments so far.
What's the roll to make to view 4 people, not including Medea, for the competency of keeping us alive in the air?
You could make an insight check, perception check to like size them up.
Mhm.
Survival check.
Chronal shift this insight check. It's a bit better.
Woof.
So I mean, this is a motley crew, but like you're kind of looking them over. Bren is covered in not covered, but noticeably on their hands and stuff, they have like soot and what seem to be maybe like grease stains on like this apron that they're wearing. Um,
Mhm.
but they seem like fairly intelligent and at least put together enough. You can tell with your insight that Soul, the high elf, is seems to be the wizard they're wearing. Wizards they're wearing robes in that kind of style of wizards do. At the very least, they can cast Tensor's Floating Disc, and they have a spell book with them.
Mhm.
I mean, they seem the most put together, at least in terms of like formal manners of everybody. Alwyn, well, despite being silent, does seem like they know what they're about. Like they're not incompetent; they're just you'd have to. I mean, you'd maybe want to see them in a fight before you could say that for sure.
Mhm.
Dostan looks like the kind of guy who, in a bar, you wouldn't want to fight. and you suspect that. I mean, for Kella, it's hard because you've mainly learned about dwarves through stories and stuff.
Yeah.
You've met maybe a couple in your entire life. They seem questionable to you, but it's hard to tell from this first meeting. Definitely, there doesn't seem to be a lot of discipline here, or at
Mhm.
least very mixed levels of discipline.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'd say at a minimum, I think Elveron would just instantly piece apart a crew. I think Elveron would recognize that, well, they are not all that well organized. At least you look at them. Um, uh, they seem like they at least are very dedicated to their job at a minimum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So even if they're not the most, I think I'm frozen. I can't tell.
Yes,
Mhm.
Even if they're not the most orderly and by the book group, they care about doing their job right and they attack it with enthusiasm.
Yes. Enthusiasm is a great word for it.
Yeah.
All right.
Enthusiasm is not a replacement for accuracy, but we will accept it in this case.
This is an unrelated question. Does Kellen know what a giant eagle is?
Yeah.
Great, excellent. Then I don't care anymore. If this ship goes down, I can just fly away and take one person with me. All right. If nobody else is doing anything and we're all standing around on the deck, I will go and talk to the wizard. But otherwise, I'm happy to move on.
For flavor text, if anybody goes below deck, I think even above deck, there's just like tables with books everywhere and like bits of scrolls left around and like what look to be just like there is cloth and pieces of carpeting on the below deck, which is at least somewhat regularly maintained.
I will probably go to the. What the shit?
It's such a draconic for some reason.
Um,
Look the same to
the
me.
human sailor was Alwyn.
Oh, I didn't form it.
Yes.
I will probably, as I pass Alwyn, offer him a vial in trade, just as we pass each other. And
Her. Owen's a female.
my apologies. And offer her a vial. Well met, sailor. Good to see someone who's actually native to Salt aboard this vessel.
She shrugs. She says, "It's mostly the same. A little bit different, but mostly the same."
It makes me feel a little less anxious.
You got what Bren calls turbulence instead of waves.
More or less the same effect.
They both rock the boat.
Can deal with that.
While this conversation is going on, Soul, noticing that you too carry a spell book, looks at you and says, "Greetings, fellow arcanist."
Hello. Do you want to share spells? And she like opens her book.
He's gonna make a roll.
He opens it to page 1, which is just mage armor. Just in, like really childish writing as well.
Insightful. Okay, he says, "Sure, it's acceptable." And he'll open his spell book. He has spells up to 3rd level.
She like looks over them.
I don't know what spells you have. He probably has some spells you don't, but I can't think off the top of my head which ones.
She only wants bestow curse. Like other than that,
Sure.
she'll be like, if I have time, I'll just get spells. But
I think he has bestow curse.
yeah,
Yeah, if there's I think there's also do wizards get remove curse?
no, I don't think so. I'm pretty confident they don't.
Okay. Andrew, if it's fine, there's one other person on this.
They do,
Oh, wizards
actually.
do. Yes, there's
They do.
somebody else on the ship who also knows both bestow curse and remove curse, and at the moment he is cursed in some way.
Just for flavor, or
Yes, just for flavor.
In that case, can I also know
it's
remove curse?
definitely got to be Zostan, right? And Soul has cursed Zostan.
Yeah. Yes, they curse each other constantly. They are just always doing it to each other.
I think I've already decided what classes they are.
Mhm.
Soul curses Zostan and chooses to uncurse him. Usually he curses him to not be able to speak, which probably
Yes.
explains why he just burped at you.
So can I also have remove curse?
Sure, that's fine. You know,
Great.
it still takes you a few hours to copy them down.
Yeah. And Keller, like in her excitement, flips forward and like flicks to disintegrate. It's like, oh no, not that one. Unless you want to know this.
I'm afraid that magic is beyond my current capabilities, though. Seeing as you seem to be more of the expert, I would be happy to learn from you. Perhaps an easier spell, however.
I will let you copy any spells from my book, but I'm not allowed to have an apprentice.
No, I do
Or
not
to teach
see it as
anybody.
such. Ah, I see.
Due to a deal I made.
Intriguing. Kind of strokes. Soul looks about as much of like a wizard as you can. Like, you know, everything about him is like well groomed. He's got long hair. You know, got the robes on, and he's just happy to chat with you and share spells. Zostan will walk up to Uba, and he just like looks at you for a long while. He waves.
I think that Uba, because I always forget that Uba knows 4 languages, will respond in Dwarvish and say, well met, fellow sailor.
He pulls out a flask and just like offers it to you.
Yeah, Uba's just gonna, I guess, share a drink with Zostan and probably. I think Uba's gonna have a very one-sided conversation with him, but like make sure to give plenty of pauses for like nods or appreciative burps.
Yeah, he seems to speak through like nudges, facial gestures, at least while he's cursed. He can't speak, he's just cursed right now. I think maybe after a minute, Soul noticing that like, oh, Zoltan's cursed and like, you know, it probably looks slightly unprofessional, we'll start to cast Remove Curse. You guys become acquainted with the crew of this sky ship. And before too long, Brent says, well, I think that's enough for introductions. Let's get this show on the road. Zostan, man the engines. I'll hit up the rudder. Anybody who wants to watch, the engine room, you can follow Zostan if you want to. It works just like a ship. You spin. It's a little bit different because you push to go down and you pull up. You pull back to go up. But it's got a wheel and everything.
Yes.
And you can barrel roll by like twisting. But I try not to do that too much.
Yes. He pulls out a map and he says, "I've marked out the coordinates into the headings. We're heading to Mendon. Do you have an idea? Have you charted out how many days it will take us to get there?"
Yeah, it depends on the winds and everything, but it should be. Thinks about his calculations again. Here, it should be 2 weeks or so. Be a little bit shorter. It depends. I haven't had to go over those mountains yet. They're a little bit taller than Galmador, so I'm not sure I'm not sure how high this thing can go before we all start to get sick.
Yes. We haven't attempted to see its maximum limit, just in case there are negative repercussions to it.
Yeah. I can't look back, everybody. I hope you're all ready. And he'll just shout, "Slow stand, engine!" And
Before you actually turn them on,
Sorry.
Uba's going to like lash themselves to the railing with their unbreakable chain.
She grabs
That's real
onto
good.
you.
It's great, yeah.
You all feel a sudden like kickback as the sound from behind the ship starts to kick up. You can see those of you who are up on the deck. You can, if you look back, you can see like flames and steam coming up as the ship's on the water and slowly begins to move forward downstream along with it, picking up speed. And before too long, it picks up, careening off. The wings flutter out. As you can see, these like very bat-like wing sails, almost with like they're bat-like in that they have like the bones or sort of ridges, I guess, of like bat wings from the and you take off, heading off. There's also a couple rotors which are now spinning. Those probably turned on first, and you are all flying. Everybody, just make me. I'll accept a con or whiz save, whichever one you prefer.
So I think
Andrew, would
Midia's
you make
used
that
to it
for
by
me?
now, right?
Yes. Are you having issues?
Yeah, I had to restart my computer, and I'm currently on iPhone for this.
Would you prefer a con or a whiz? They're the same.
They're the same. I feel like con is more appropriate.
I think it's very funny that Kojin is significantly more wise than Uba.
Yeah, it is
So-
pretty great.
Uba, you are. I mean, everything's going, but occasionally it's like an airplane. You'll be going, and you'll hit like a pocket where there's, not enough air or a lift, and suddenly you'll kind of drop a little bit before you arrest again. And every time that happens, you don't even. It's not like you lift off the ground or anything. But Uba like grabs onto the railing and is like just terrified. Kojin's like trying to help you out, but is a little bit scared themselves. Everybody else is fine. Alvaron and Kella, the experience is like a little bit like nauseating. It's different than being on a ship. It's similar but not quite the same. But both of you take it pretty well. I mean, Kella, you can fly magically, so it's really not a big deal. And all of you get moving.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think Midia's used to it by now. This has happened enough.
So you start to fly, and you're heading, northwest or so. And he says, Bren will say back to you. It's loud, but it's not like that much louder than being on a ship or something like that with the waves. He'll turn and he says, so we've really only been flying from Faran to Galmador, but every once in a while we do encounter monsters, different kinds. Stuff you don't usually see on the ground, so just keep your eyes out. And as he says that, whoever wants to can roll me a d20. Check that he would do. I saw it, even though you rated. Oh, Uba got it.
I'm devastated by this, Mars.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let you down.
Below on the
Is that a good result for us or bad? Because I'll chronal shift if that's good.
Yeah, maybe it's good.
No, but
Yeah.
I'll make it. I'll chronal shift away to make it bad because you stole it from me.
Um,
I'm not going to actually chronal shift. It's not a check that I can. I'm pretty sure.
no, I don't think so. I think it has to be a specific ability. So as you guys are flying, the night passes. You guys are shown to your rooms. You each have like a bunk. There's a couple other crew members who are currently sleeping because they're on shift and whatnot. But like I think you all are interested enough that you come back to deck and watch the stars and everything. And as you do so, you start to hear the sounds of roar like a lion. Anybody who wants to make me a perception check? Wow,
Oh wow, I heard those.
just a bunch of crits.
A
Hold on.
20, a 20, a
Hold on.
19, a 2, and a 19.
Hold on,
Good
I
to
might
see
kernel
now.
shift Ubers out of a critical.
Despite
I'm thinking about how petty Jack is.
That's actually
no,
very
I won't do
funny.
that.
If you could do that, I would think it was funny.
If I had the inclination to waste a kernel shift, I might, but I don't. As always, the expert in perception gets a 12.
I was thinking, you really want to spend a chrono shift on taking away their critical instead of making me not roll a 2? That's fine.
But I mean, you're not going to hit if you see them anyway, so like.
So literally,
Wow.
I got a kernel shift for that to help you hit.
I'm moving
That's what
it
I've
over.
got favored by the gods or whatever the fuck is for.
You can place the interior doesn't look like this, but the deck is correct because listen, I love CZ and Peku, but this layout makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah.
There's like you have to walk through a bedroom to get to below deck. Doesn't make any goddamn. But I digress.
What?
The actual deck portion is fine. You guys can, place where you think you would be at. The other crew are about.
Can we place like where on the map the roar is coming from?
It seems to be
Alvaron
coming.
doesn't know.
It seems to be coming from in front of and slightly below you. I will
I think
tell
with a
you.
12, I can note the roar a little bit.
I did not click that. That I
It seems to be coming out from this direction for the most part.
Was it
those of
one
you-
roar or multiple?
Uba and Calandra can tell that there and see actually in the clouds distantly there are these drake-like or dragon-like creatures, like wings. They're like bronze colored, and they have like necks like dragons, but the face is like a lion, and their front paws and back paws are furred like a lion, and they have tails like a lion. There's some kind of a lion drake.
Are they far enough away that we can do something before everything gets more significant?
They're far enough away that you can do one thing before everything gets significant.
Okay, Keller reads spells. Keller pulls from the deck of the ship a spectral green anchor and then pops it down into a little bead and puts that in Flax's mouth. As my one thing.
How far away are they, Andrew?
Alvaron, with the 12, you can't see them, but they're not super far away. They're in the clouds.
It's some lion drakes. And she points at them after doing it.
I will. Just before we go in, I'll slap a Shield of Faith on Medea. Give them a +2 AC, especially if they're standing at the forefront of this. Or actually, no, sorry. Kella, I think, probably makes more sense, just in case of a hit.
Aw, so nice of you.
Sorry, Medea.
I'm going to be
I'll get you next time.
legitimately unhittable.
I'm gonna throw on Spirit Shroud. Yeah, Kella has a better AC than me, for reference.
Wait, do they? Okay, then never mind.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Not right now. I have a worse AC than you right now.
What's your AC right now?
20.
With shield?
with shield of. Well, I haven't cast shield.
Okay. It's on Medea. We would have discussed a little bit of strategy before combat.
We've never discussed strategy before combat before. Now, why are we starting now?
Because we're
Will's
older and wiser, and some of us have PTSD, apparently.
Will's gonna be like getting a recap of this from Keller at some point and just start swearing.
I assume
And then they had
that
a
was
4
happening with
hour
Will
thing about
behind the scenes
strategy.
anyway.
Mhm. Okay.
All right. Great.
So
I
Medea,
won't
plus
change
2
anything.
AC.
Yeah, I will
Mark it off.
I'll have Spirit Shroud going.
I would have had 29 AC.
If everybody's got their opportunity on their Sovereign will cast Bless on everyone, including Kella, for the saving throws. And as he does so, you feel that like kind of that warmth of coming in, sitting by the fire. And you see kind of snowflakes just sort of drift briefly in a circle around your face before settling into your skin and only increasing that warmth.
I think that Uba has readied an arrow if they're still really far away, and Kojin is prepared to give the is it called Draconic Essence to it? Yeah.
Since y'all are we're definitely doing this next time anyway, and it's in the character sheets. If you activate it, it'll be easier.
Not in my character sheet.
Not under effects? Under
No, 'cause
inactive
I'm a
effects
new-
is...
No.
Okay, we'll have to get it on there.
Probably because Keller's new. That's fine.
Yeah.
How many of these do we see? Like 5, 10?
So you can see, and then there's a third.
Maybe you guys don't even need to show up for this fight. Just have Keller 1v3 these things. That would be fun for her.
I mean, hey, if you wanna.
No, it's
Okay.
fine. I didn't get a shield of faith.
Go ahead
I'm not
and
even going
roll
to
initiative.
cast
So
a spell
they're
this fight.
going to start.
Decent.
Wait, who gets Silverin's thing now?
Probably, I mean, it's up to Silverhand, but I would imagine it's on you or Maribeth, since you didn't say that you changed it.
It would have been on Mariveth through that whole time, but we are in a fight, and Mariveth is instantly instructed. Like they've already got their procedures
they've
in
moved
place.
off
He
deck.
knows. Yeah, he is not to fight. He is to stay out of the way, and if any fires erupt, or ship damage occurs, to do what he can to help.
Okay.
All right. In that case, I will chronal shift my initiative.
Oh, did I pull up the wrong idea?
No, that's. I mean,
You might.
Oh, it
No,
is
you
on me?
pulled up the right one.
yeah, like
Okay, then I will roll it again. Can't roll it again. I forgot this works this way.
and with absolutely like no discussion about it. It's just like, Kella will understand.
Do you have
I don't
a
think that
16
actually.
instead?
It doesn't do anything different, and I won't chronal shift because I feel the effect of Silverin's magic. And I liked that I was helped, and thusly I will
Oh, I
not
did fill it
change
out the wrong
fate.
token.
Oh. Okay. There we go.
Okay. Elrond, you are the first to act, since you are incredibly quick.
Yep, I'm going to twin guiding bolt on these two.
Okay. Go ahead and make your 2 attack rolls.
Oh god, does it have sneak attack turned on for some reason? No.
That's correct. That's just how much damage they do.
Okay, cool. And then I'll make the second one.
The first one misses as it, rolls out of the way.
There's no. Okay, there we go. So it won't consume the spell slot. And yeah.
That one, however, hits.
Okay, so that'll be this one down here.
Oh, shouldn't you have Bless on as well?
Indeed.
question.
Good call.
Did
Good tracking.
Did you hit everybody with that?
I hit everybody that wasn't Silverin with that.
Yeah.
Does Bless work on initiative?
I don't think
No.
so.
I
It's
don't think so.
attack and
Bless is-
saving.
Yeah, Bless or initiative is an ability check.
Yeah.
So I should be able to add a D4 to that first miss
The
roll.
first one, which
Yes.
could make it a hit. I will tell you.
Yeah. All right, I will roll that real quick.
It's actually 50-50 if it hits now, isn't it?
Well, you don't know the AC.
Yeah.
That does hit.
Okay, so both of those hit then. Cool.
So both of the creatures now are outlined in a. What does your guiding bolt look like? I can't remember if we've seen it before.
So I think the way we described it before was, as he's standing there, sword at the ready. There's the kind of motion as he moves the sword in an arc up, and anybody who is in the way of that move feels kind of that when a wave hits you in the ocean and that cold shock passes through your chest and out your back. That's what they feel as that wave moves through them, and then the two targets are illuminated after that sense of waves reaches out to them. And that, I think, is going to be the end of my. Oh, I need to make sure that I update my sorcery points. And I will save my reaction. Good to go.
Okay, so Alvaron launches out these two bolts of divine magic, each of them finding their target, kind of outlining it in light, making it very much visible even through the clouds for everybody else. One of the ones that hit is going to charge into here to be engaged with Medea and Ella.
I'll take the Polar Master attack.
Sure.
Okay. Guiding bolt. I'm assuming those both hit.
Yeah.
Uh,
The one.
yeah. They'll pull out their spear and they're just going to immediately jab it into the thing. And then since it's been hit as well, if it starts its turn, next turn, its speed is reduced by 10 feet.
You get a good jab in as it is landing in on the ship. It roars. Is going to. It makes a bite attack at Kella as it's kind of passing over. Missing, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. I forget what your AC is.
20 right now.
And then taking a couple swipes at
Missing with Shield of Faith. Hitting. 2, and then a con save. Okay, concentration is maintained. I don't know why it's displaying like that.
Yeah, that seems extremely high.
Well, it's a 14 on the
11
D20, so that's
D4 that
fine.
it's adding, so I'm assuming Bless is added in wrong.
Yeah, let me figure that out. What's going on there?
Entertaining though.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just remember to do Bless manually if it's going to do that right now. First one hits, or say the second one hits.
It is going to smite you.
Oh,
Oh,
It's very funny.
For you, oops, sorry, I have Kel's token selected. For you, that's only 4 points. 4
okay.
on top of the 8, though.
Not bad at all.
So you kind of see its paw. The first one glances off the shield of faith, but then the second one manages to tear through, and you can see as it's hitting you, its claws seem to light up with golden energy. Your kind of nature makes you more resistant to this, but it still slashes down with searing heat. The other one, which I've removed, is going to do much the same, trying to essentially swallow Uba wholesale. Missing you just barely. So it probably like clips you, but the magic of both your armor and the cloak managed to get in its way, and it's not able to fully grasp its jaws around. It's then going to make a couple swiping claw attacks at Baron. Healing 26
the
points
second
of
two
damage.
hit. Yeah.
As it swipes down. It'll smite on the first one. Dealing you 10 more points.
Yeah. The multiple blows stagger Silverin, but he rights himself, rolls out his shoulders, and steadies his stance.
They're rolling hot.
Right, it's then going to be.
And that 10 is necrotic unhealable?
No, it's radiant damage. The text is.
Okay.
I only edited one of them. I forgot. I edited the token and not. I'm gonna fix it. But it is Uba's turn. No, it says Kojin.
Okay. Quick question with Kojin now having a breath weapon. Does Kojin would use that on their turn, and Uba can still attack doing their own thing? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, cool. So Uba's gonna cast Hunter's Mark first, and then they're gonna cast it on the one that's like right next to them. And then I think it would be very funny to do that synced Uba and Kojin move. So I think this is the first time Uba's done this on screen, so they're gonna say in Draconic to Kojin, like we practiced, and Uba's Emerald like dagger Thunder Breath is gonna sync with Kojin's breath weapon, so they're gonna do 10 d6 plus 6 thunder damage together.
All right.
So
What
39.
does this look like? This as it rocks this creature.
I think it's hard to actually see it, but it's kind of like a rippling, like sonic wave that just like slams directly into the creature, full force.
Let me double check. It's against your spells. All right. Failing. So it takes all
Right.
39 points of damage as it's just. It maybe even like has to like rip onto the deck of the ship with its talons to like keep from skidding back too far or from getting knocked back off of it.
Cool. So that's our turns together. Oh, actually, would it get extra damage from Hunter's Mark from that?
Hunter's Mark has to be a weapon attack.
Okay, so never mind. That's that.
Excellent. So that's Uba's turn. You both, everybody sees this like for the first time. Their kind of joint combo attack as the two of them seem to almost combine breath weapons in this way. This last line drinks go. Alvaron. So close. It's going to fly towards Alvaron. And then do a blood-chilling roar.
Okay.
And everybody make wisdom saves.
Well, damn.
Well, Baron's fine. Uba is also
I will like to say
I
that.
I didn't
Why
have
will-
bless, but that makes it.
Uba's fine.
I'll chronal shift my one.
Why the
Sylvarin's
blesses?
presence
Wait,
of
what
mind is such
what
that he
happened?
roars back.
What happened to Uba?
It's
What is going
the
on?
bless. I don't
Oh,
know the
okay.
way.
It's set up wrong. That's I didn't have bless applied to it, but that makes it a 14 at a minimum, so I'm fine. Yeah.
Do we still get stuff for being within 10 feet of Medea?
Yes, but nobody is within 10 feet.
Okay, yeah. I just didn't know if stuff had changed. I'm chronal shifting my nat one.
Alright, I'm just gonna make a quick.
There we go.
Well, that was a
Wait,
for some
that was to
reason. just
save.
me.
That was
What
me
was
that doing
that?
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm just trying to test the.
Oh, I see what's happening, I think.
I'm just gonna turn bless on.
Yeah.
Anyways, so Medea, Alvaron, and Kojin.
I
are-
succeed because
right.
bless isn't added to it.
So Medea
Yeah.
succeeds.
Alvaron needs to roll their bless though.
No,
Oh no,
Alvaron
it's already in. Okay.
is in
Okay.
there. Kojin is not blessed.
No.
Oh, I didn't upcast it that high. Sorry.
So Kojin and
Lars.
Alvaron, maybe because it's right in front of you, are frightened by this. You know, it's big.
Alvaron,
it's
did you add your bless?
magnificent. Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Creature, and
I
it's
don't know.
just right in your face. And there's three of them. That's going to be its turn as we go to Medea.
Can I see it's clearly trying to get to Alvaron?
The one behind you, yes, is clearly heading in Alvaron's direction.
I think Medea trusts that Alvaron will be fine, but hasn't seen Kalandra fight and is a little bit anxious about like how they deal with it, and so they're like, "Yeah, I'll try to deal with this as fast as they can." So I'll make 2 attacks and see how those go. Hit and hit, I'd assume. Then I'll do a bludgeoning end on the back. Should be correct. Okay, whiff. And then they're going to action surge and attempt to just hit harder. There's not a lot of flair to it. I think it's literally just, I want this thing down and I want it now,
Okay.
as they put more effort into it. Again, and again.
Okay, it is bloodied.
And then I'm going to smite.
With the third strike, actually, it is bloodied. As you were just like driving the spear deep into it each time, taking out trails of blood every time you pull your spear back.
And then I will smite it twice, once with the first level and once with the second level.
The last two.
So that'll be 5d8 for 20 Evan on top. As they just drive as hard as they can into this thing with their spear.
Okay. It doesn't quite go down, but it's like, you've stabbed it into the chest several times, like deep. Your spear's like going, maybe as much as a foot into the creature each time. And so it's just like trailing blood everywhere. It's not quite dead yet, but it is looking bad. Did you want to move or do anything else?
Nope, Medea's just going to stand next to it.
Killa. The one next to you is nearly dead. You think most of your spells could probably take it out, but there are two of them.
I think Keller pulls out. Hang on, just make sure that that I think the distance is fine. Right. Keller pulls out the rapier that is at her side, and instead of poising to attack with it, she holds it up to the sunlight till it starts glinting, and I'll just steel wind strike the two closest to me. So the first one will be against the one that is right next to me. I've never cast this on Foundry.
You're rolling for it.
Does a 6? Ugh, I had that on for a different thing because I was checking if my plus worked.
16 does hit.
That's
Okay.
private.
Exactly. What
Yeah. I'm switching it back to the correct thing if I can find where to put it. Yeah. So that's against the one closest to me, and then against the one that is dealing with Uber and Selverin.
that was dead.
It just explodes.
It's just like, yeah, you slice through it. I'll let you describe it, but you definitely kill it.
I just want to make sure that because I have to type this in separately, I can't just click it again. I could, but against the second one,
Also hit.
so it's 60-10. Yeah, so Keller doesn't disappear so much as there is an enormous volume of spectral Kellers, and through it, Medea, you see like coming from an angle that is nowhere near where Keller was standing, just this sharp silvery slash, and then Uber, like directly over your head, this giant needle pops into existence in a spectral Keller's hand and stabs directly into it. I will end up over on the other side. The one that dies, it just like hits a point, and that point just begins to gush with whatever these things bleed.
Yeah.
And then once
It's
I'm
like
there,
more orangey ichor that's like flowing out of its throat.
we didn't really talk about this, but just because my familiar is not going to be doing a lot, will it just go on my turn?
Yeah.
Or would you like me to have rolled?
No, we'll just have it go on your turn. I think it's easier most of the time.
All right, then.
Unless there's a reason you want.
Then she like
initiative.
she leans up and like pats Flax and telepathically tells him to activate the bead, and he activates the bead, casting on the one that Alvaron is fighting. A familiar spell as an anchor rips out of the ship beneath that creature, wraps something around the top of its head, and then tries to bring it to the ground with Willow's psychic anchor.
Wisdom.
I just output the spell. I don't remember what it is. Intelligence save.
It still fails despite rolling.
That's very funny.
Because they're very stupid.
Uh,
Not very stupid. They're highly intelligent for animals, but still.
So it takes the 25 psychic damage and is incapacitated until the start of my next turn.
Right. Bad one.
Keller, it's not that bad. It doesn't give advantage or anything on attacks, but it just stops them doing stuff
Oh yeah.
around. Keller like smiles at Selverin as she kind of stands, despite being next to Selverin, in a way to try and draw the lion drake's attention instead of the Selverin.
Right.
Now she's holding her rapier like she's fighting as well.
It's then going to be Silverin's turn. So the other one kind of like it almost like crashes its head down as it like, and it seems to just be struggling up against itself. It's almost like it looks a little bit like like a cat that's got something over its head where it's like kind of like rearing up, like it's trying to like get it off of it.
And the one that is next to me is the one that Alvaron guiding bolted, right?
No, both of those have been hit already.
Okay, so that
actually,
yeah.
This one still has it.
That one still has it.
Hit by a melee attack. I think.
Got
or
it.
a weapon attack. I think it's technically.
Yeah, and if no one hits it at the end of, I think. Actually, I need to check
At the end of
the
your turn, I believe.
Yeah,
end
end
of
of your,
my turn.
yeah. So you can
Uh,
generate advantage with for yourself with it.
The one next to you is also bloodied after
Yes.
you see Calandra slash into it.
But I also can't move towards it because frightened. So I'm not technically at range with it, which is hysterical.
All right,
So
and
you have-
so
You'd be at neutral with the one that's guiding bolted.
So there, go.
Yes.
got it. And so did you say it's only a melee attack roll that would be the guiding bolt advantage? I thought it was any attack roll.
I think it's any attack roll.
Okay.
Yes.
It just, I more meant that the psychic anchor didn't trigger it.
Okay, got it. So Solverin, as his the immediate response to the dragon that roared and frightened Alvaron, just turned and roared back and brought up the feathers. And when he sort of exhaled through the feathers, that purple twilight that everybody is familiar with washes over and affects every ally in sight. Granting you, let's see how it goes. Yeah, this is how this one goes. 3 plus cleric level, so 15 temp HP.
That's pretty nice.
It's pretty nice. It does keep on giving.
The D6 doesn't matter anymore when you're 12 level.
Yeah,
It's true. It's like whatever. This is just icing, right? And as a result of that, when you next end your turn in the sphere, you will feel bolstered and not frightened if you fail that check, Sean. And then with the same movement, he just drops the feathers and casts spiritual weapon with the same hand. And that spiritual weapon pops into place.
Is it spiritual weapon also a bonus action?
Channel
Oh,
Divinity is
yeah.
an action.
there is an action. Okay.
Right, yeah. So, and that pops into place in the one that has not yet lost its guiding bolt.
Yeah, so there you do need to move up 1 square for that to work.
Okay, I could do that.
The frightened portion.
Yeah, but I'm still within 5 feet if I'm in the corner here, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, he will step closer to do that, and if you can pop my token there.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it up here where I wanted to. Okay, there.
Oh, you went on that one.
Because that one's the one that still had.
Yeah. So you want it to. It has advantage in that.
Yeah. But I mean, it hit anyway, right? So it doesn't matter. But
Well,
he
you
would have
could
attacked
roll
that one.
you
I could roll a crit. It's true. I could roll a crit. Let's try it. Or I could roll a nat 1.
Okay, well,
I could critically fail.
Because it takes 6 points of damage from the spectral outlet stuff. As we roll back around to Alvaron's turn, Ren, who is still navigating the ship and has been, will
And got 15 temp HP as well.
Yeah, and got 15 temp HP. Is feeling pretty good. Will lean back or look back, seeing that the fight is going basically in your guys' favor entirely. Will say, I don't think you guys need it, but just so you know, if we're ever fighting on the ship, I can do barrel rolls and stuff. Just let me know, and I'll brace or brace for it. But he goes back to steering, and then it's gonna be Alvaron's turn.
Yeah, well, if I wasn't frightened of the fucking lion drakes, I'm terrified of the concept of I'll just do a fucking barrel roll. But I will make that wisdom save. Let's see if we can get out from under this. No, apparently not. Wow. But so I can't move towards this one, but it's not lion drakes in general. It's just this one that frightened me. So I could move in here and do the sneak attack.
That is technically true.
Okay, in which case I will do that.
Like,
You still have disadvantage because you're within sight of the thing you're frightened of.
That's also true.
But sneak attack and disadvantage just turns into regular.
But
So
you don't have
No.
advantage.
No.
You just have
You still can
Yeah.
sneak attack even
Sneak
with
attack,
disadvantage.
because
You just
somebody
have
else
to
is
hit.
there.
Yeah, you still make it a disadvantage.
Because you're thinking of the tree as you get sneak attack because you have advantage, but you get sneak attack because you have us there, not because you have advantage.
fair
Yeah.
enough.
Also, sneak attack reads that if you have disadvantage, you can't get sneak attack.
Oh,
That
does
is
it?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Which is a weird one.
Meh. Okay. Well, in that case, what's my spell attack mod is +9. Let's see, these are roughly equivalent.
You know what
fuck it.
you could do is you could vortex warp it off the ship.
Well, yes, but it has wings.
Yeah.
But it'd be out of sight, out of mind.
I'm gonna be out of the effects of this anyways in a second, so I think I'll just make a normal
Yeah.
Fair enough.
a normal martial attack. Well, actually, if I'm gonna be at disadvantage, fuck it. I'll just make a firebolt spell against. In that case, I'll just stay up here
Firebolt, yeah.
where I was, and then I will firebolt spell the one that I was afraid of. Is it shift or control with disadvantage?
Control.
Well, I think I miss.
Let me roll a quick d20 for no reason.
No reason at all.
Just kidding.
Feel like I'm-
Alvaron, if you light my ship on fire, I swear to God.
It's unnatural, Medea.
Alvaron, you're like, this creature is like rearing back, and you're imagining it's about to like slam down at you, so you just firebolt it, but it goes wide, missing entirely. This lion drake that is now fighting 3 people is kind of realizing that maybe you guys should just keep the territory that they were going to fight you over.
No longer frightened, correct?
But you're no longer frightened.
Okay.
But is somewhat surrounded by foes. So we'll first try to make some strikes. Biting at Uba, who just hit it with a sonic boom. Missing, whiffing entirely. Swinging once at the Nkilla and Silverin. Kill first. Baron. Just not rolling well enough to get through any of your defenses. And realizing this is going to attempt to fly off. You guys can make attacks of opportunity.
I should have favorited my rapier and I forgot to.
Yeah, hold on. Same problem. There we go. I just forgot where everything is.
Kill it.
And you have
Hang on. Let me
you
double
have
check because that feels impossibly low for having rolled a
Is it
9.
adding strength maybe instead of dex or something?
Yeah, so if I roll a 9, it should be 17 plus bless, which was a bit. So it will hit. I'll fix it.
Also, I'm not sure
Yeah,
why
it
said
looked
Drake
like
It already
Companion.
added the blast.
It looks like maybe it's
Also-
not adding your proficiency.
Yeah, so that should
I'll have a
be
look.
so that should be 19 instead.
That would be it.
Yeah.
The Drake
Oop.
Companion thing on my end was Hunter's Mark and Colossus Slayer, by the way.
By
don't
the
know
way,
why it says
but
Drake.
you have to make it with a melee.
Oh, with a melee weapon?
Yeah.
That's my bad.
That's okay.
We'll just
That's good.
How far did it fly away?
It moved its 60 feet movement, so it's where it is.
Okay.
Silverin just
looking very wounded. I'll say it probably for it probably moved and dived down. So it's probably below Medea's sightline at the moment. Uba can still see it. Probably even Bran can still see it, but it's. I'll move it back slightly. It's probably more like here, but it's down. It dove to be out of sightlines.
Silverin just nods at Kella, who had tried to take a blow for him.
Going to be Uba's turn.
So that one is like on the way out. Like it
It's
has no interest in like coming back.
it seems clear to you with your passive, I'll say passive survival, that this is a fleeing creature limping away, hoping not to die.
Gotcha. I think that Uba doesn't really care enough to attack it then since it's leaving. So Uba is going to move here. Uba's actually sorry. No, that's fine. Uba's gonna do double. Actually, they're gonna move all the way up and do double with their +1 short sword. So that's the first one.
Yeah, that
That's the
hits.
second one. And then let me do the
Oh, that was it.
Colossus Slayer on this one. And Kojin will add their reaction to one of those hits.
The
Colossus Slayer will double on the first one.
Oh, right, because it's critical. So I guess technically.
You could
Yeah,
also
so
have
just
Kojin
one.
add it to the first one. Say that.
Okay, let me do double infuse strikes then. This is a lot of dice. There's one.
It's a shame it wasn't 100 marked.
There's two, yeah. Is it dead from that?
It is not
'Cause I
quite
got-
dead. This one hadn't taken nearly as much damage, but it does fly below bloody as you just like stab into it twice with the short sword. The first one,
Okay.
like, I mean, it's reared up. You just hit straight, like, right in the heart.
Okay, if that's the case, then Uba's gonna use their bonus action and hit it with their Emerald Dragon's Breath, which is
Okay.
not as powerful as the one with Kojin. I think I set this up right. Yeah, that's 3.
3. That's terrible.
Rip. Is it still alive now?
Yeah, it is still alive.
Okay, if that's the case, Kojin is not frightened of this one, so.
No.
If that's the case,
Oh no,
Kojin.
sorry. Kojin is friend of that one.
Oh, okay.
This was the one
so
that
then,
it was friend of.
okay, then they're gonna do their Drake's Breath, but at disadvantage, and then that'll be it. I guess this doesn't have advantage
Yeah.
or disadvantage.
Yeah,
It's
it just
it's a
works.
saving throw.
Okay.
That is a cone weapon that you're aware.
Oh, that's fair. They would have to move closer for this one, and they can't. So I'm just gonna have to delete this.
You could hit it. It would hit you.
I don't. Oh, I guess it is 30 feet.
Yeah, it's big. Like, it's a long cone.
You know what? Fuck
It's up
it.
to
I
you.
think that would be very funny.
Okay.
Kojin, terrified, is like really hesitant about it, and it
Yeah,
was like, "Do it,
that
bitch."
kills it.
Okay, let me see how much if Uga takes the fuller just a little bit. That is a dex save. Yeah, I'm sure that it will be. Okay.
I need to this at all.
No, it can arrange it so that it only hits Uba and the spiritual weapon, which doesn't take damage.
Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, Uba would take. Is that 17?
Yes, 17 points.
Ow.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that we'll chalk it up to Kojin being frightened that they accidentally hit Uba.
You're like, just get hit in the back by this unexpectedly. But you still manage to, throw yourself to the ground as the thunder wave blasts into the creature, killing it. slumps to the floor. We're out of combat for all intents and purposes. If one of you with a significant ranged weapon wants to kill the fleeing one, you can.
How close to dead is it?
It's most of you could kill it in one hit.
I was gonna say, because I could make it to it in one round as well. So I think Medea would probably just like move, and then Misty Step and attack it twice.
You're gonna activate fly, I assume.
Yeah.
Is is
Sure.
is the airship moving?
It
Are we
is
going to leave
moving,
Medea behind?
but we'll have to maneuver back
That's
towards
true.
Medea probably.
That's
but
true. I think knowing that Medea would just stand on the edge and I could throw 2 javelins at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll throw 2 javelins at it. Why not?
Vulnerable. Just hit standard javelin.
Fucking javelins being like, it needs to consume a resource. Shut up. Doesn't need to consume a resource, man. There we go. Okay, fixed it.
Yep, that hits.
Then-
This will require 2.
Okay. I assume that second one doesn't hit, however. Oh, I forgot to add bless to this. 1 second. 17.
That hits the second javelin, killing it as it goes from like a calculated dive to just a spin fall.
Just hits it in one of the wings each.
As you guys, as we end combat. The ship continues.
I have a
yes.
I have a question. Did Selvin and Keller also just? Could we just tell with our general insight that it was just like a wounded thing running away, like an animal, basically?
Uba could tell that with their survival. I'll say you both have in. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
From your insight check, or from your insight, it seemed to be flying away because it was wounded and it noticed that like its mates were dying to you guys.
Mm-hmm. I assume this is not the
Uba,
first time they've encountered these before.
Yeah, Uba, make a survival check. Because you know about behaviors and whatnot. Okay.
I guess not as much about these ones.
It seems to you that perhaps these are territorial creatures that felt encroached upon. Would be your kind of like layman's guess. Not layman's, but
in the moment that Medea throws 2 javelins at it, I think Keller turns to Selvin and says, in Gathite, it was just trying to run, and then she runs to the edge and she'll cast Featherfall on its body so that it doesn't fall infinitely. And if Selvin would like to do something to help it, then at least she's put it in range still to be able to be helped.
Has the airship had to deal with these specific creatures before? Like, not these individual ones, but like...
as you're maybe wondering about that, Ren, who was going to say this, turns back and he says, "Welcome to flying, boys!" And that's where we're going to... well, I'll let Silveron answer if they want to heal the Lion Drake.
I'm assuming that Kella's it was just trying to run was somewhat distressed.
It was more childish than she perhaps has been up till this moment, because it was a moment of like actual emotional, like it shouldn't have to die.
Yeah. Okay. Silverin joins her at the side, at the rail where the creature is tumbling. Takes a long look at her, at Medea, and then sighs, and he says, "And your spell will bring it to the ground safely." And if he gets a confirmation on that, he will look with a small frown, but not like more of thought, a furrow between his brows. He casts just a simple healing word.
Sure. You just like stop Featherfall? How does that work?
I could stop Featherfall.
But I mean, like the creature.
No, if you're under
Um,
Featherfall, you don't get a choice.
But
Exactly.
also, once it can fly, it's no longer falling. So if it wakes up from the healing, it's
Yeah,
not
it
falling
would wake up
anymore.
from the healing.
Yeah, so as soon as it has speed to fly, it's not even
Okay, it
falling
just
anymore. So
not.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure how that.
Yep.
I had to think about that for a second. It tries to flap, but it's just no. It like wakes, and you know this happens relatively quickly as its descent is slowed, which is the only thing that's keeping it in range long enough for Sylvain to hit it with the healing word, and it kind of like realizes it's on its back and seems to like maneuver, flip over, and spread its wings to glide. And it seems to glide down, probably heading for the nearby mountains, wherever it's makes its home. You assume, but that is where we're going to end today's session. Thanks everybody for playing as usual. Glad to be back in it. Nice little combat at the end there. We are doing on this upcoming Sunday, right?
yep,
This upcoming Sunday, we are going to have a little anniversary stream. So starting bright and early, 10 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to do some, board games and stuff. We're not going to have the Infinite, partially because we're doing this stream,
Yep.
partially because Kristen is not available.
and partially because I need a week off
Yeah,
after the last
that
one.
session was a lot.
Just go watch it if you want to watch a group of 6 people unravel over 4 hours.
It was some good role play, man. It
Yeah.
was some good. But yes, we're probably also going to do some spoiler-ish talk for like past campaign events. I was thinking, at least for this.
Yeah.
We'll do like
Yeah.
a little Q&A type thing.
We
if
can
you wanna
reflect on how today
hang out.
we all flash back to the dog's death.
Oh
Yeah.
To be fair, I
Keller
think
wasn't
this
there for
one
that.
is. I think for Medea, this one is more like they've dealt with this before. This is like a flying pest, basically.
Sure.
Like,
I mean, humans are pests to some things, right?
yeah, it's like a farmer killing a lion. I could say.
Yeah.
That's one way you could moralize.
Yeah, this is not Keller thinking that it is abhorrent to kill this thing, just like that it was in her power to maybe not have it killed.
But yes,
But yeah,
come hang out.
it'll be good.
And with that, we will be here next week, same time, same place. And we hope to see you all soon.
Good night, y'all.